pastries, and fruits. We also have our sponsors on location as well, so you can check them out. And we will be starting in just a few minutes. All right? Thank you so much for your patience. Incomex, EduHub, Boss Furniture, who am I forgetting? NCBJ, Incos, Compete Caribbean, and of course, the Jamaica Productivity Center. So we do have to say a very special thank you to our sponsors, because without them, this would not be possible. So only a few more minutes. I think the minister is here. He's on location. He's just making his way into the room. So just a few more minutes before we begin. Ladies and gentlemen, as our Honorable Minister has arrived, please stand as we prepare for the playing of the National Anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Senator the Honorable Albin Hill, Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce. The Honorable Pernell P. Charles Jr., Member of Parliament. Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn, Minister of State in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Mrs. Colette Roberts Risden, Permanent Secretary. Mr. Omar Azan, Chairman of the JPC Board. Mrs. Imiga Breeze McNabb, Board Director for JPC. Mr. St. Patrice Ennis, President of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions. Mr. Wayne Chen, President of the Jamaica Employers Federation. Mrs. Tamar Nelson, Chief Technical Director at the JPC. Mrs. Audrey Dare Williams, Chief Technical Director at the Social Security, my apologies, Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Mrs. Dion Jennings, Chief Technical Director. Presenters and panelists, other Ministry of Labor and Social Security staff, productivity ambassadors, media partners, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, a very special good morning to you all. Welcome to the Future of Work and Productivity Summit hosted by the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. I'm Talia Suarez and I'll be your moderator for today's proceedings. I also have to say a special mention to Ms. Michaela Cohen, our sign language interpreter, and she will be with us for the 2 days. Now, as the world approaches its sixth industrial revolution, coupled with the changes brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic, research has shown that there are emerging trends in the global work market that are moving away from traditional to non-traditional work-related trends or habits. Therefore, in referring to the future of work, particularly for Jamaica, it is a part of the government's commitment to transform the labor market system to improve efficiency, increase productivity, and of course, to be more adaptable adaptive and inclusive, and ultimately the digitization operational practices within the public and private sectors. So today a number of topics will be discussed as we delve into what the future of work will look like. So to welcome us this morning, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, Mrs. Robert Risden.
Our moderator, Ms. Talia Suarez, let me acknowledge our Minister of Labour and Social Security, the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., and I know our Minister of State is not physically here with us, but he has joined us in virtual land. I'd like to also acknowledge the Chairman, Mr. Omar Azan, representatives who have traveled from afar to be here, the World Bank, the ILO, some of our other international partners, other members of the board, members of staff, and I have this long list of persons that they put on my paper to acknowledge, and I will not go through this long list, but suffice it to say, I want to extend a warm welcome to everyone here this morning. Good morning. That was a good morning. So I know that we're all ready for this summit. I am pleased to have each and every one of you here with us this morning as we embark on this significant journey together. This summit, hosted by the Jamaica Productivity Center, represents a pivotal moment for Jamaica. It is a demonstration of our collective commitment to advancing our nation's productivity against the background of a world in which advancing technologies are recreating the nature of work, where some jobs will no longer have a place, while new ones will be constantly emerging, a world for which we must prepare our workplace. And how many of us are concerned, or curious, or holding our breath to see what happens with AI? Are we all? I know I am. But like everything, we've had various revolutions coming forward over the years. Yes, we have lost jobs, but we have gained jobs as well in other areas. And so it is very important for us to be prepared for the changes that lie ahead. Our theme, Bridging the Innovation and Productivity Gap, Education Skills and Economic Transformation, speaks volumes about our vision and aspirations. What this summit means for Jamaica is profound. It is an opportunity to harness the collective wisdom, creativity, and dedication of all stakeholders, government, private sector, academia, and civil society. Over the next 2 days, we will seek to carefully examine the challenges that have delayed our progress and explore innovative solutions that will propel us forward. Today, we can identify the gaps in our productivity landscape and develop strategies to bridge them. It is my privilege to provide leadership to the technical and administrative team that has worked tirelessly to bring this summit to fruition. The team has put together a rich and exciting array of topics and equally impressed team to deliver what promises to be a powerful conference. I want to thank the team at the Jamaica Productivity Center, all the persons who worked behind the scenes to make this summit a reality. I would also like to acknowledge the passion and dedication of both our ministers. I was about to say my, and I said, let me change it to our, because my sounds too personal. Of our ministers who have been staunch supporters of this initiative. And if I must tell tales out of school, this was an initiative pushed earlier this year by Minister Charles that said, we must do this summit. So Minister, I'm happy that the summit is finally a reality. And I want to also acknowledge Minister Dunn's input. I know at times the team probably were pulling out their hairs because we were having almost weekly meetings with the minister. But such is the importance that both ministers have placed on this summit. So I want to acknowledge also the contribution of our productivity partners and the slate of local and international experts who will be engaging us and guiding the discussions. As we gather here over the next 2 days, my expectation is that we will not only engage in thoughtful discussions, but that we will convert these thoughts into tangible actions. Participants both here in the room and those sharing online, I want to thank you for your involvement. Being a part of this summit, you have expressed your enthusiasm to be part of a movement to create a roadmap for the future for Jamaica that we all want. Let us leverage the insights gained from the summit to build a stronger and more resilient Jamaica. By working together, we can turn our aspirations into reality, fostering an environment where every Jamaican can thrive. In conclusion, I encourage all of us to embrace this opportunity with open mind and a collective spirit. Thank you all for your presence, your participation, your commitment to Jamaica, and I want to also especially thank all our sponsors whom, without their support, this conference would not be taking place. I want to also express special thanks to the IDB. We started yesterday with a research day, and it was a little bit heavy in the research, but it was very, very good. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Colette Robert Risden, for welcoming us this morning. One more time for Permanent Secretary, ladies and gentlemen. As we use the opportunity over the next few days to, of course, carefully examine the status and situation that we are in now and the challenges, and explore those innovative solutions as to what the future of work will look like right here in Jamaica. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in a few years, our nation should have tapped into the rapid changes that we have experienced and seen in today's digital era. Of course, with these changes, there are lots of concerns, and our keynote speaker will be touching and diving into bridging the gaps for a productive future. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome our keynote speaker this morning, the Honorable Minister, Pernell Charles Jr., Minister of Labor and Social Security.
Thank you to our moderator, Attorney at Law, Ms. Talia. Good morning to everyone. I too have the long list, but I believe I have to actually go through it. P.S. So let me start by acknowledging, though not here, I know that my Minister of State would have been here, and he's on his way back from a very important conference where he's representing the country. But I want to acknowledge my permanent secretary, or should I say our permanent secretary, Mrs. Colette Roberts Risden, chairman of the JPC board, Mr. Omar Azan, board members who are here as well, Mrs. Amiga Breeze McNabb, Mr. John Bleak, Senior Specialist in Economic Inclusion and Sustainable Enterprise Development from the ILO. Mr. Clemente Avila Para, Senior Social Protection Economist from the World Bank. Ms. Sylvia Dohnert, Private Sector Lead Specialist from the IDB and Executive Director of Compete Caribbean. Mr. Sikera, I hope that I'm not destroying these names, Lead Specialist from IDB Public-Private Partnership. Ms. Casto Sin, Operations Senior Associate from the Public-Private Partnership of IDB. My friend, Ms. Diane Edwards, who is here as a director from the Professional Services Mona School of Business and Management Consulting. Ms. Shalette Cox, President of JAMPRO. Mr. St. Patrice Ennis, the President of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions. Mr. Wayne Chen, and representatives from JEF, Jamaica Employers Federation, and of course, a critical part of our tripartite relationship between government employers and our employees. Mr. Yoni Epstein, who should be here, CEO and founding chairman of ITEL. Ms. Michelle Chong, our Chief Technical Director, Mrs. Tamar Nelson, and other Chief Technical Directors who are here as well. Mrs. Dion Jennings, I'm not sure if CTD Dare Williams is here as yet. Yes, she is here. And Ms. Gillian Corodas, our Divisional Director for Industrial Relations and Allied Services. I'm halfway through. I'm joking, I'm almost finished. Mrs. Mikkel Ann Urquhart, I'm sure that's perhaps not the right pronunciation, apologies. Senior Director, Research and Measurement for the JPC. Other staff members who are here, because I see a strong contingent from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security and other ministries and agencies, as well as members of several boards and committees at the ministry. Media partners, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, good morning. Consider that your comprehensive welcome. No one else coming to this podium will have to go through that long list. I'm very pleased to be here today. And as our permanent secretary said, myself and Dr. Dunn and the team at the ministry had a very clear vision. A vision to start the conversation. Our Prime Minister has been a champion in terms of his focus, and you would have heard him in every single speech speaking about peace, productivity, and prosperity. It has been the hallmark of all of his articulations for this year. Even yesterday, in Montego Bay at the Diaspora Conference, which was very successful actually, and I see my friend here, the ambassador from Mexico, who, you were in Montego Bay? Well, you're everywhere. So even if you weren't there, I'm sure you had a representative. But it was very successful. And even at the conference there, the Prime Minister spoke again about the need for efficiency and productivity, and that it is a hallmark of a developed society. So this conversation around the future of work and productivity for us is not just a one-off conversation. At the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, we have the Jamaica Productivity Center, and we see that as the epicenter, the heart of the conversation around productivity. What does it mean? How do you achieve it? How do you sustain it? And so I'm very pleased to know that we are here today in the second day of the Future of Work and Productivity Summit, something which we have been thinking about, discussing, and I must also acknowledge the professor from UTech. The name slips me, but I remember there was an article in the Observer. I don't know if he's here today, PS, but there was an article in the Observer where I was challenged to host a summit of this nature. And it was funny to me because we were having the conversation about it. And I said, whenever we do host it, I'm going to acknowledge. Is the UTech professor here? You are? Yes. Please stand for me. Give him a round of applause. And apologies for not calling the name, but what's your name? Henry Lewis? Yes. And I must tell you, Mr. Lewis, when you wrote that article, it wasn't you. When God chose some persons and speak through them, it was literally, we were just having the conversation. We needed no other affirmation. So, Mr. Lewis, I know you're a praying man, and we thank you for being used to really push us to where we are today. We appreciate you. Again, this event is important. We can't solve problems or all the problems in 3 days, but certainly we can concretize the priority of the conversation and get everybody focused in a direction that will cause the private sector and the public sector to start to understand how to examine the issues, how to digest and dissect the issues so that we can identify solutions that are sustainable. For a long time, we have been looking on the journey of this beloved country, Jamaica. We have had some challenges, and we have been navigating economic issues. We've been navigating fiscal indiscipline. And I believe that in this pandemic which we have just passed through, Jamaica established that if we have the right mindset and the right decisions being taken, we can come out of a storm even better than we were before we went into it. Jamaica is one of the only countries that can say post-pandemic that its status has been improved in terms of our economic strength and stability. However, if that is to be maintained and sustained, Mrs. Boat-Williams, it means that we are going to have to talk about productivity. Because at some point we hit that ceiling. And we have finite land. We have finite resources, which means we're going to have to learn how to do more with less. And that is what we talk about when we say we're bridging the gaps for a productive future. Because we have to prepare if we are going to succeed. I mean, like the rest of you, I now sound like my grandmother and my parents when I'm talking to my children. But all of those quotations that were put in my head make even better sense now. Because if you're not preparing, you are definitely preparing to fail. So, a big part of our conversation here is because we stand at a crossroads, ready now as a country to embrace the new era of productivity and innovation. How is artificial intelligence going to impact Jamaica? Will it be something that we see as detrimental, or will we be prepared to embrace, to utilize, and to advance artificial intelligence, integrate it into all of our operations, and become more efficient? We can only do so if we take a wide perspective approach and see all of the things from early childhood that need to be done. We can't start at 18. And so productivity will require the support and the involvement of all sectors, all ministries, all agencies. So we, at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, we own the fact that we have the Jamaica Productivity Center. But we understand that productivity must require a nexus with all of the ministries and all of the public sector. This is one thing that we will have to do together. It cannot be achieved in isolation. So we must commit to a partnership for productivity, where government, private sector, civil society all work together towards this shared vision of a prosperous Jamaica. A Jamaica that will require us to invest more in education, in research. As a scientist myself, and I take pride in saying it all the time, I understand the importance of data. But what is data if it only lies on an Excel sheet? What is data that is analyzed and not utilized? It is worse off. Better you didn't spend the money to get the data. So as we move towards productivity, we are going to have to start thinking about all of the tools we have available to us. You know how many people have Microsoft Excel on their computer and don't know how to utilize it efficiently? So you simply put in information in there. What do I need to buy when I go to Miami? 1, deodorant. 2, something for my wife. 3, I agree. We need to start using all of this software and technology to become more efficient and effective. When you look on the industries that have done well, it's because they had no choice. Competition and other challenges have caused them to have to integrate innovation and technology and to remove the barriers to progress. And in addition to the introduction of technology, one of the things which I hope, and I'm looking forward to our discussion on it, is as we train, as we upskill, how are we as a country going to instill in the minds a better work ethic, a mindset that will cause persons to understand that your attitude is a big part of your productivity? Because I perhaps now as a member of parliament, I think I work, or one of the members of parliament that work most with the Heart NSTA team. Even though my partner in not crime, but in good, has left me in Clarendon and gone to Kingston. We still love her anyway. Dr. Shimyu, I see you. Yes. But one of the things that we discuss all the time with Heart is, and let me just, say a round of applause to Heart. When I look on the range of subject areas that they're going into now, and competencies that they're trying to create, they understand what the future of work is going to be. But a big part of all of that, as we train persons in projected areas, is to ensure that people have the right mindset, the right attitude. I rather hire somebody who may not have the competence that another has, but has a better attitude. Because that person will push through. That person will give more with an understanding of what the outcome should be. And that person will be your lasting loyal soldier on the battleground. Attitude is something which productivity will require, and a good attitude. So these are conversations which are difficult. Because how do you instill a good attitude? It starts by the kinds of activities that you engage your children in at an early age. So last year, when CTD Nelson asked me to speak at World Productivity Day, I said, listen, productivity is a lifestyle. If you are in your home and your room is a complete hurricane destruction site, you cannot be productive. If you don't know where to find anything and you have to be taking 2 hours to find one thing in your own house, you have a problem. So it goes down, Mr. Colony Banks, my chairman, to what are we teaching our children even in our own homes? How do they see us reacting to challenges? How do they hear us addressing issues? That's what's going to shape their attitude and their mindset. And so, to me, we have to prioritize these things in terms of the development of our youngsters. And also, we have to prioritize how productivity is going to impact social protection and the labor market interventions that are needed to develop our country. At the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, we have said that we are the people's ministry, where no one is left behind. And so today, as we discuss the future of work and productivity, one of our goals is to make sure that we are also looking at creating opportunities for every single Jamaican to participate in the economy and share in the benefits of its growth. That means productivity cannot now be a discussion that leaves persons with disabilities on the side or the margins, senior citizens on the side. All have to be integrated because all have value and are valuable. So we must invest in our people. We must invest in our infrastructure, in transportation, in logistics, in the development of spaces where all are able to be as productive as possible. We must promote tourism, culture, and the creative industries to really showcase who we are as a people. I'm just coming from Geneva, where Jamaica, again, was highlighted in our presentation to the International Labour Organization as a country that exhibits leadership across the world, not just in the region. We have to foster a culture where all Jamaicans understand who we are. We shouldn't have to wait until we go abroad to acknowledge ourselves or to be acknowledged. And so this summit allows us to foster that dialogue, that social conversation and construct around how do we promote that continuous learning which will be required for us to really and truly be a productive society. Let me wind down by just saying, we are driving towards, and we have a vision to create a labor market that is agile, that is adaptable, that is responsive to the needs of the 21st century. And to achieve that, we have made some commitments. We have committed to enhancing the employability of our citizens through training and upskilling. We have committed to fostering that culture of innovation and entrepreneurship through all the programs that we have at the ministry and across the government. We have committed regionally and internationally to promoting decent work and social protection for all, regardless of occupation or employment status. And we have committed to encouraging lifelong learning and skills development, recognizing that learning is a continuous process. We have committed to making sure that no one is left behind. So as simple as you see it, even in our overseas employment program, we have now integrated persons with disabilities as a mandate. And we have ensured that when somebody gets even a farm work card and they travel from Westmoreland, that if they don't get through the interview, they're not just put to the side. They now should have the option of being diverted to a program to help solve whatever the challenge was. So if it was a literacy issue, let us put you in a literacy class. If it was that you didn't know enough about farming, let's put you in that class. Whatever the issue is, we don't want anyone to be left behind, because that doesn't make sense. That's not a productive approach. Right now, we need all hands on deck. Am I right? Yes. So we recognize that the future of work is not just about individual workers, but it's about building a resilient and sustainable economy that benefits all of us as Jamaicans. So we have to work together. We must work together to create that environment that will support productivity. And so the government is encouraging that social dialogue. And we do so through our tripartite relationship with the Employers Federation, with the Confederation of Trade Unions, and at our Labour LAC Council. We promote collaboration and cooperation. And we also do so by fostering partnerships between education institutions, businesses, and the government to ensure that our workforce is truly equipped to face the challenges of the future. I believe that Jamaica will be carving out its place not just as a country known for our culture or music or sports, but we want to be known for innovation, for productivity. We want to be known as a country that, after doing so well in terms of addressing the challenges in the pandemic, was able to boost and have a sustainable development boom. A Jamaica where our young people are not only surviving, but they are thriving, where our business is growing, where our communities are prospering. This is the Jamaica that we are working towards. So, again, as I close, this is a conversation starter. I want to thank all of you who are here from the various agencies. I want to particularly, because I may not get an opportunity again, I want to thank the team. And I don't want to start calling names, but let me just say our permanent secretary and all who have participated in putting this together. I know that it was not easy. When we called on this, it required us to identify the necessary budget and the various talent and experts to help. But I want you to know that I truly appreciate all of the late hours and the effort that you have put in for us to be here today. A round of applause for that team, please. It is my hope, truly, that this is not a one-off summit, that this summit becomes a flagship opportunity for the future of work conversation to continue. Because, again, I use this always as an example. Just look on your phones. Most of you here, if you are like Omar Azan, it means you have the iPhone 17 before it even come out, right? Yes. But others like me have the iPhone 12 still. But regardless, think back 5 years ago to what this was doing. Think 10 years ago. And just imagine 5 years from now. So, technology is not waiting on us. It is not going to slow down for us. We are going to be challenged to make sure that we not just keep a pace, but we prepare to be industry leaders and pioneers in innovation. Let us seize this moment. Let us rise to the challenges. And I believe strongly that we can. My ministry is going to be working with UTEC, UE, NCU, public sector, private sector, to make sure that Jamaica is prepared and that Jamaica is aware. I believe strongly that we can and will see Jamaica as a beacon of hope and progress in the world as we advance productivity. Again, thank you to everyone. One love. Have an amazing and wonderful summit for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our Honorable Minister Pernell Charles Jr. One more time for him, ladies and gentlemen. A lovely keynote speech. Thank you so much for your comprehensive welcome and, of course, for your vision and bringing this summit to life as we embrace this new era. So thank you so much, Minister. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to actually take a short coffee break at this time. So I want to encourage you to visit the booths if you have not done so already. We have some AR booths and some VR booths. We also want to encourage you to network while you can. I'm hoping that you can at least leave with 5 new contacts and numbers for persons who you did not know before you came here this morning. And of course, have some coffee, have some tea, have some refreshments, and we're going to restart our proceedings in just about 10 minutes, all right? So we're going to take a short coffee break, and then we'll get right back into things.
We Brixton queen, living a life like a backstreet dream, telling my lies when the truth was clear. I think she knew what I wanted to hear, spinning around like a wheel on fire, walking on tightrope and love's highway. Fatal attraction is where I'm at, there's no escaping me. I just wanna be close to you. Do all the things you want me to. I just wanna be close to you and show you the way I feel. I feel love when I'm lying in the midnight hour, holding you just like a dream. Love is never what it seems when we touch, and you're holding me the way you do. Girl, you make my dreams come true. You make my dreams come true. I just wanna be close to you. Do all the things you want me to. I just wanna be close to you. Show you the way I feel. She was a Gemini on the cusp of Mars. She holds me back while she goes too far, winding me up just to let me down. So emotional, gagged and bound. There's more to this than meets the eye. The devil woman locked inside. With the full moon rising, I was scared. I think I was possessed. I just wanna be
Check 1 2. Hey, hey, check 1 2. Check 1 2.
do all the
Check 1 2. Oh, the check 1 2. True, 2. It's syncing up. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Yes, 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 yes. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Yeah, yeah. Check 1 2. All right, cool.
is next tonight. Something deep inside of me wants to love you endlessly. When we touch, girl, you don't know how it makes me feel. I just can't believe it's real. I can't believe it's real. I just wanna be close to you. Do all the things you want me to. I just wanna be close to you and show you the way I feel. Hey, John Old Carter, Ellis, Delroy Wilson, Dennis Brown. Hey, hey. Big U, Josie Wells, that a Roy would wake the town, yeah. And you had to hold your woman real close when Smokey starts to sing. Temptations, Marvin Gaye, Spinners all the way. Aretha Franklin, Patti LaBelle used to make me drift away. Play Stevie Play, sample Jenny Bay. Hey, we dance all night to the songs they play. We can come again, do it just the same. Hey, right now we need a brand new start. People everywhere need more music from the heart. And if there remains such a place that I can go, will someone tell me, I'd love to know. Remember the songs used to make you rock away. Those were the days when love used to rain. Yeah.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, of course, it would not be a break without a little bit of entertainment. So at this time, I know you're still checking out the booths and you're still getting refreshed, but we have a nice performance coming up from Adele Thomas. So let's put our hands together for DL. Make him feel welcome, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to be performing for us. DL, are we ready? Just about ready? Recently, I spoke to DL about his journey on fatherhood, and he has a brand new song promoting right now about that journey, all the highs and lows of it. And following DL, we have a lovely young lady who will be thrilling us with her sweet vocals. Her name is Ovasia Bartley, so please make her feel welcomed, because she's going right after DL's performance. DL, are we ready now? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for DL Thomas. Come on, make him feel welcome, guys. Some reggae grooves and tunes.
Check.
Let me start that one here. Like how Martin Luther King would have started. My dream, my dream, my dream, my dream, my dream. Tell you my dream is believe my dream. You're the most I in me sleep when me sleep. Tell you my goal, my goal, my goal. All of my goal is to reach my goal. Live a happy life, put it on me headstone. Nobody know me cry over me dead. Look at me now, where them treat me less than gold. Put me in a box like a rectangle. Oh, oh, look at me now, oh, look at me now, oh, look at me now. I mean, you tell you my life, where them used to go round me, go round. No one used to come round me. My life was so lonely. Look at me now, look at me now, look at me now. Me a take plane like JUTC. When you see me, it's on TV. Shows after shows after shows after shows. Tours after tours after tours after tours. When me name card is like roars after roars. Sweet melody and chords after chords. The lock of one door, me bust doors after doors after doors after doors after doors after doors. Look at me now, where at me now, and me can tell you my life. Where them used to go round me, go round. No one used to come round me. My life was so lonely. Look at me now, look at me now, look at me now. Just listen, just a flow over. This a copia and a cover. Judge a soldier from boardhouse to sidewalk to the sofa. Them say me living at the coast and no track. No sir, me no mix up in a coca. Marijuana no dust to the nausea. I no powder, not a obia. Can't get over. Look at me now, where them treat me less than gold. Put me in a box like a rectangle. Oh oh, look at me now, look at me now, look at me now. And me can tell you my life, where them used to go round me, go round. No one used to come round me. My life was so lonely. Look at me now, look at me now, look at me now. Me and thank God for me blessing. No, me can afford to give back to some of the same people. Them we used to set things, all who used to set him. Now most them can't most them same one. I take most come on stage to be call up them, but me still a call up them. Most them but me can't trust them. See them but me not touch. No hit them but me can't love them. From trendy stone, Onyx, Star Rise again. Look at me now, where them treat me less than gold. Put me in a box like a rectangle. Oh oh, look at me now, look at me now, look at me now. And me can tell you my life, where them used to go round me, go round. No one used to come round me. My life was so lonely. Look at me now, look at me now, look at me now, look at me now. Where them treat me less than gold. Put me in a box like a rectangle. Oh oh, look at me now, look at me now, look at me now. And me can tell you my life, where them used to go round me, go round.
My eyes by day, nor the moon by night, nor the pestilence that lurks in dark places, nor destruction that wastes the time of
When I look at where I'm coming from, I know I'm blessed, and I close my eyes and smile. Sometimes I feel like the richest man in Babylon, and I've done my best, so everything's alright inside. Oh, every morning I rise, I stare at the sun. I know it is a blessing. So when the evening comes, I lift up my eyes to this, I'm blessed, oh man. With my two hands in the air, as far as I can.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we're having a few technical difficulties, so while the technical team gets that sorted, I'd like to encourage those at the back, please, to just take your seats. We're ready to resume our presentations. I know we heard from our Honorable Minister earlier, our keynote speaker, and of course, he touched on productivity being a hallmark of a developed society. Of course, the JPC is the beating heart around productivity. And of course, the vision of the ministry is to create an agile labor market and a resilient and sustainable economy. So we're ready to keep things moving. And our next presenter will be speaking on the Future of Work survey, the JPC Future of Work survey to be exact. And of course, when we speak about the future of work, a lot of persons want to know what that will look like. Everybody hearing me? Yes? All right. So we want to know what that will look like, what the studies are showing currently, and what the statistics are saying as well. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, let's all put our hands together and welcome our speakers. Tamar Nelson, our Chief Technical Director at the Jamaica Productivity Center, and Michael Ann Urquhart, our Senior Director for Research and Management at JPC. Please to put your hands together and make these ladies feel welcomed as they present on the JPC Future of Work survey.
Welcome everyone. It's fantastic to see you here with us today. And what we want to do is to start off with a quick question. So on the screen, you're going to see a barcode. Please scan and answer the question and receive it. Do you want to get interaction? think the future of work is all about technology? I hear yes. I see no. Taneisha says no. Dushyant says yes. And I see another face there saying no. Right? What are the results coming in as yet?
None yet.
None yet. We see 13 people online so far. The yeses, the nos. Let's see what's happening here. I'll give you another second or two.
70%.
70%
are saying yes.
All right.
So 70% of you all are saying yes. And to those 70%, I have very good news. If you said yes, you are actually correct. And for those of you who said no, you're also correct too. We know that the future of work is not just about productivity and technology. We know that the future of work is also about any other factor that can impact any changes in the workplace.
That's right, Michaelan. We know that disruptions are real, and we have all seen this over the last couple of years. So we have prepared ourselves, and we need to prepare ourselves, rather, for the new realities of the future. And not just prepare ourselves, but to be productive in getting there as well. So, to our moderator and our minister, who is probably outside doing our broadcast with us, the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., to our permanent secretary, Colette Roberts-Risden, our board members, including our chairman, Omar Azan, Sir Reese Campbell is here, Mrs. Aimiga Breeze McNabb from our board. We also have with us our chief technical directors in the room from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, Audrey Dare Williams and Dion Jennings. We also have a host of panelists and partners who have traveled far and wide to come here to share with us their thoughts, their research, their work on the future of work and productivity. We also have in the room our productivity ambassadors who have been spreading the word of productivity far and wide. So all our sponsors, partners, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and all who are online with us, welcome. So for those who might be new to us at the JPC, a quick overview: we were established in 2003, and we have the mission of driving or facilitating productivity and competitiveness in Jamaica. A department within the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, we have been pressing forward with this mandate. I wonder if this is on. I'm hearing a little feedback. So we also have a tripartite board made up of the Jamaica Employers Federation, the Confederation of Trade Unions, and of course the GOJ, because we believe that with this tripartite relationship and conversation, we can move Jamaica to achieve its productivity potential. So as this national organization for productivity, we are responsible for promoting, facilitating, and increasing the awareness of productivity. So we do so in various ways, and this is one way we are doing it today, and we hope to make everyone in this room champions for productivity at the end of it, to help to spread the message and create that revolution right across Jamaica. So let's get into it. What is the future of work, Michaelan?
Of course we have to get to it. That's why we're here today. So when we talk about the future of work, we're talking about technologies and anything else, any other trends that can impact workplace in organizations and how they relate to their employees. And although we say the future, what we're really talking about is now. Changes in the future of work are moving faster than ever. Over the last 5 years, it's booming much faster than we've seen in the last 3 decades. This means that we have to deal with it now, and we have to be ready so that we can have a sustainable economy and have continuous productivity improvements. And there are several factors that we can point out that we know impact the future work.
So when we're talking about, for example, technology, we are talking about things not just about AI, but AR, virtual reality, the fifth and even the sixth industrial revolution, right? We have automation of processes and automatable processes being replaced by machines. And all of this requires a new way of doing things, a new skills, new attitudes, new actions.
There's also changes in the demography of the workforce, changes such as an aging workforce, people not having as much children. And so this matters for what the persons going to the workplace look like.
And as it relates to culture and attitudes, we have seen the shifts already in terms of how people view work, where they work, why they work, how they work, and even the different types of work that's happening. So all of this is shifting, and so we, as a nation, need to shift with the changes that we're seeing.
It's also possible that we're seeing geopolitical trends and recent crises such as COVID that have caused labor shortages, that have caused companies and people to want to pivot and desire things like work from home.
And so we have the Future of Work survey.
Yes, we have the Future Work Survey. And the Future Work Survey is actually being undertaken in order to gather perspectives and current information about the future of work in Jamaica so that we can have an understanding about things like job skill alignment, worker engagement and satisfaction, and work-life balance. And we hope that with this analysis, we'll be able to create better policies and programs that can serve our labor force.
So we're looking by a raise of hands who have completed the survey already. We have 1, 2, all right, so quite a number of persons in the room. So guess what? We all have an opportunity today to complete this survey. And you may be rewarded, who knows, hint, hint, at the end of it for doing so. So we encourage you, if you haven't already, to get it completed. And this survey, interestingly, is built on an AI platform. So Incus Services Limited out of Trinidad actually sponsored us in terms of getting this survey together. And so, when you interact with this survey, you'll be interacting with a newer technology or platform in terms of survey capture. And you will get to hear from the chief principal of Incus tomorrow in our innovation session tomorrow morning. So look out for that treat later. But what we want to do is to share some of the highlights so far from the data that we have collected, because it's revealing some interesting insights. And Michaela, could you tell us or share some of those?
Sure. So if you've taken the survey or you're thinking about taking the survey, you can look to see what our respondents look like so far and see how you match up with our current respondents. What we have in our current collection is we see that 57% of the respondents are within that 35 to 64 years age group, which we normally consider our productive age group. We also see that when we look at sex, 72% of our population, or respondents, are female. We see that 69% say that they are employed, so that means that they are either an employer, an employee, or a solopreneur. We also see that 34% represent high-level management, and we see that 70% of the respondents we have so far are actually college educated, so they have at least a tertiary or undergraduate degree. And we also found that most of our respondents work at organizations that have more than 100 employees.
So we know that in terms of improving productivity, we can't improve what we're not measuring. So how are we doing in terms of measurement? Preliminary data that we have received is showing that 57% of operational and strategic leaders know how to measure their team or individual productivity. And 60% of these leaders say that they are measuring individual productivity, and 49% are measuring their team productivity. So this is promising. We have some work to do, but we're not starting from ground zero. So we look forward to seeing more responses to get a true picture of where exactly we can assist in improving this situation. And when we look at some of the skills now that are needed for the future, we see what is coming out is that need for skills training becoming more and more important. And if you look around in the room, you would see that some of our exhibitors are really looking at that aspect of the future. So they are here with us today, so make sure you interact with them. But we are looking at things like information technology, AI, communication and interpersonal communication, change management and leadership are coming out as some of the top skills becoming more and increasingly important within organizations in Jamaica.
So what you see on the screen there is actually a word map of all the responses that we would have received in response to the question, what skills and/or training are becoming increasingly important for your organization? And we saw that overwhelmingly, all of the respondents were able to identify areas that they thought would be more important in terms of having skills or being trained. However, what we found is that only 17% of top management was actually able to identify what training and skills they would need for their organization over the next 5 years.
So, the matter of rewards and compensation, a topic that is always at top of mind of persons. We see where 43% of workers, as it relates to, all of this relates to the engagement and satisfaction of workers. The rewards and compensation component, 43% of workers disagreed that their accomplishments were adequately recognized or rewarded. And 46% of leaders disagreed that employees' accomplishments were adequately recognized or rewarded. The whole matter of burnout is also something that we hear a lot more of and more organizations are experiencing. Even during our interactions, based on our technical interactions, when we go into organizations, and we are seeing where 38% agree that they frequently feel stressed by their current position, but they also agree, 38%, that they have an effective work-life balance. So we see in the areas where we can improve in terms of our productivity.
Now, for the next slide, we're looking at issues like adaptability, innovation, and research and development. These are key if we want to move into the future of work. And what we're finding is that only 29% of the respondents agreed that their organization was able to quickly adapt to the technology. Now, whether it's because of access or because the technology coming out is not appropriate, we'll have to do more work. We also found that 46% of the leaders, that's top management, disagreed that their organization is able to make adjustments to quickly change to the economic or labor market needs. We also found that only 17% of strategic leaders were able to identify the training skills and needs that we have. And we would have mentioned that, but this is still important for the issue of adaptability. Now, the next thing we need is innovation, research, an environment that will cultivate persons being able to grow, to learn, and to make improved quality products and services. And what we find is that actually 40% of organizations actually encourage innovation amongst their workers, and 33% agree that their organizations invest in research and development. Now, these are based on preliminary findings, and so we're still waiting on new data to come in. But this bodes well because often when we look at international data, it's very hard to find information on research and investments. So hopefully we'll be able to get more insights about what's really happening in organizations.
So what's our call to action? It's quite simple. Let's all participate in shaping the future of work here in Jamaica. And we welcome also your thoughts and input as we chart this way forward. So please scan and participate in that survey. And guess what? We have a little fun challenge. The first person to post a screenshot of hashtag I did the FOW survey. That's hashtag I did FOW SURVEY, correct? And tag the JPC. Will have a special mention and a special gift from us.
With the screenshot.
With the screenshot and the tag. So we look forward to seeing those responses come in. And there are other elements coming as we continue throughout the event, so please stay tuned to that. And keep your slider open, because throughout the day we'll continue to engage through that platform.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
I took the...
Tamar Nelson and Mikhail and Urquhart. One more time for them, ladies and gentlemen. Touching on our Future of Work survey. Ladies, you ran away. Do we have any questions for them?
Oh, yeah.
I'm scanning the room.
Around.
Any questions? Tamar?
Oh, we're here. Is there a question?
I'm checking, going once, going twice. No, I think the presentation was comprehensive enough. Yes? All right. Thank you so much, ladies. Future of work is not just about technology, but any other factor changing our workplace. And of course, this now involves AI, VR, fifth and sixth industrial revolutions, and so much more. So we're going to keep the program moving. And now we're going to be talking about decent work and productive ecosystems. Now, productivity is fundamentally linked to prosperity of countries and their people. And it's also linked to decent work, which would include, fair income, some job security, a safe environment, just to name a few. But our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, will be diving into it and telling us all about it. So let's all welcome our senior specialist in economic inclusion and sustainable enterprise development from the International Labour Organization, Mr. John Bleak. Please put your hands together for him and make him feel welcomed.
Thank you all. It's a pleasure to be with you today. It's a pleasure to see such a representative audience. It's a pleasure to see the Minister of Labour. It's a pleasure to be here with representatives also of the employers' organization and of the trade unions today, and many other. I think protocol has been established, so I will not go over the full list, but it's a pleasure to be part of such a distinguished audience. For those of you who might not know the International Labour Organization is part of the UN, of the United Nations. And we have a specific mandate, is to promote what we call in the ILO decent work. I will explain a bit further on what decent work is and how it links to productivity. And hence the title of my exposition of today, a productivity ecosystem for decent work. Because in the end of the day, we are speaking about productivity, but what for? Productivity in the end of the day is a means to a certain goal. If you would put the means in 3 words, I would say it's progress for all. Productivity should lead to progress for all. How do we progress? Partially through employment. We need to be employed to be able to progress. Employment is an important basic condition for us to generate livelihoods. So that's a bit the background of my short presentation of today. I don't know how I move from one slide to another. Do I have a clicker? So I don't know, I assume someone is helping me with moving the slides, as I have no clicker. Oh, there's the clicker. this one. So this is a bit the logic of my presentation. First, what is decent work? Second, what is the connectivity between decent work and productivity, the topic of this conference? A bit of contextual information, some data that we might have. What is a productive ecosystem? What does it consist of? What are the different levels of it? And then at the end of this short presentation, some policy recommendations based on what we have seen and heard. So what is decent work? Here we can see some key elements of what we consider is decent work. Decent work, of course, means that an economy, in the first place, should generate employment opportunities. Secondly, it needs to be enabled by adequate earnings, and it needs to be productive work. It needs to have decent working hours. It needs to combine, in a positive way, work, family, and personal life. There's certain work that needs to be abolished. ILO is also a convention organization where the countries ratify conventions. You all know the conventions against child labor, forced labor. So this is an important part of work that needs to be abolished. It needs to be stable. Ideally, each worker should have a contract that enables him to have secure work that will reduce stress. There needs to be equal opportunity. We need to be equal all, independently of race, gender, and other distinctions. It needs to be a safe working environment. Often working environments are still unsafe. As we will see later on, this hampers productivity. Social security, of course, is important, and the basis of all of this is social dialogue. As ILO, one of our basic concepts is to promote social dialogue in all countries of the world between workers, represented by the trade unions, employers, represented by the employers' organizations, and the government, represented by the Ministry of Labour here present. It skips a slide. Sorry for the pause. So let me retake this statement. I think many of you who are interested in productivity have seen this statement. I was speaking on a conference on the same topic, on productivity in Trinidad, where I'm based, in Port of Spain. And we had 3 speakers, and they all used the same quote of Paul Krugman. So as nice as it is, I want us to critically look at this. So we see productivity isn't everything, but in the long run, it's almost everything, he states. What can we add to this? I would say productivity isn't everything, but in the long run, productivity and decent work is almost everything. So I don't know who of you can speak to Mr. Paul Krugman that his statement should be changed. I'm just kidding. So what comes first? As I said, these two concepts, productivity and decent work, are largely intertwined. Of course, we need a productive society to generate employment. But vice versa also, we need decent work to enable productive work. We can take the example of heat stress. If workers are in an environment over 32 degrees Celsius, productivity reduces with 50%. This is just an example. So working conditions influence in productivity. So we could say this for the most of the aspects of decent work that I showed first, the 10 elements, they influence productivity. So these two concepts are largely intertwined. Now, going to the context, looking at some data, not to depress you, because many good things are happening, but the first data will be a bit depressing at first. Economic growth, we all know, has been relatively low. The projections are also that it remains relatively low over the next upcoming years. Productivity, the productivity gap is also quite obvious. We see here the difference between different countries and the way that productivity has grown over time. I have no specific data for Jamaica, but the data is there for Latin America and the Caribbean, and you can see the difference in progress on productivity. Here's a very important element, I think, for Latin America and the Caribbean, that most of our economy is based on micro and small and medium enterprises. So if you look at the composition of our entrepreneurial world, most of our enterprises are there. This is not different for Jamaica. And we see also, and this is a worldwide phenomenon, that there's a productivity gap between large and small enterprises. So hence the conclusion also, if your economy is largely composed of micro and small enterprises, it's most likely also that the productivity levels will be low. And to this we add another element, informality. We also know that in the entire Caribbean or Latin America and the Caribbean, informality levels are relatively high. So this influences also, because we also know that not only skill influences productivity levels, also informality or formality influences productivity. We can think about the factors that are behind this. If we look at informal enterprises, of course, they have more difficulty to have access to markets, access to finance, access to technology, etc., etc. So if your economy is largely composed of micro and small, and then largely also composed of informal enterprises, you have double trouble, basically. And as said, this is not unique for Jamaica. This is a similar situation for the entire Caribbean and largely for Latin America and the Caribbean. So here we see that MSMEs represent 97.6% of all registered companies. So stating again what the composition is here, particularly for Jamaica. Most of these jobs are created by one-person enterprises, and almost 40% are working Jamaicans who are self-employed, which can generally be characterized by higher informality and hence lower productivity. Some of the issues that we need to resolve if we want to come to a more productive Jamaica is, of course, an increased coordination. Many of the different entities of the public sector, but also the private sector, have part of the solution on creating a more productive society, but needs to come together, because otherwise we will lack efficiency in our approach. We need to have a systemic approach where different public entities come together and discuss on how to increase productivity. We need a certain roadmap to create a more productive Jamaica in which all play a role, public, different ministries, private sector, workers, etc. We need to increase skills. For instance, many of the MSMEs are focused currently more on surviving. They are created to provide a livelihood for family. They are strongly focused on their day-to-day survival. We need to install skills in them to be more strategic, to have more potential for growth. We need to challenge. We see other challenges, for instance, access to capital, which is limited. We see also the inability of the companies to use wisely the capital which they can attract. So it's a double trouble. It's on the side of the supply, there's limited offering for micro and small scale enterprises. And on the side of the enterprises itself, capacities are reduced to use the money wisely. There's other constraints. There's inadequate access to training. There's insufficient business development support, although there are many good initiatives. Again, in Jamaica, there are many good programs by the JPC, by HEART, by the different ministries, by the private sectors. There are many good programs, but sometimes they need to come together. There's low utilization of technology. I think other speakers will dive into the technology aspect a bit more. So what is required according to the ILO? I've mentioned the topic of systemic. We need to create a productive ecosystem that attends the different constraints. So here you see a representation of many different aspects that influence productivity. Of course, we do not need to address all these issues because many of them might already be in place, might be functional, but we need to assess, know what is in place and what is not, and then to define a certain roadmap, a certain strategy to enable us to become a more productive society. So here you see the different levels. You see a macro level, the different policies that we need to generate, which needs to be aligned also. Because we cannot have that as an industrial policy that is not backed by an educational policy or by financial policies. These policy levels need to interact to create a productive society. We have the institutions, we have the different organizations that play a key role in supporting the productivity. And then we have the micro level. We need to create capacity in both workers and management of micro, small, medium and large enterprises to be more productive, to measure, to have strategies in place, to identify constraints of productivity. The tools are there, but we need to make them widely available for the companies in Jamaica. So here you see a certain example of what would be a framework for us. The way that we as ILO would try to intervene or support, we would work on the measurement, which you see at the top level, try to measure better what is productivity at different levels. We would work also on sectorial level. There are pros and cons of this approach, because of course the economy itself is diverse, has different stakeholders, different entities, different policies. So sometimes it can be wise also to focus on certain economic sectors to be more effective. Of course, it needs to be based on dialogue. All that we do, all policy creation that we do, all measures that we take, all strategies that we define should be based on dialogue. Otherwise, it's ineffective. In dialogue, I speak about the backbone of the ILO, the Ministry of Labour, the Employers Federation, and the trade union and all other actors involved. And then we need to increase, as you see below, the enterprise management practices. We need to work in the relationship between firms, lead firm and smaller firms. So here we see another representation of the work that we've done in Ghana. It's just to give you an example on how we go from the large visualization with all the aspects to a more precise work with the constituents in this case, in the case of Ghana. So to summarize a bit where I feel that Jamaica can improve on or can work on. One of the elements that I mentioned is coordination. I repeat it here, and a more systemic approach. We've used different terms. We've been speaking yesterday also in the research conference about a roadmap, a strategy based on an evidence-based assessment. I think this is a key first step to be undertaken. Then we need to work on an employment policy framework that offers adequate social protection, that looks at upskilling and reskilling for workers. We need an integrated approach with our workforce to upgrade skills. This is one of the key elements. Productivity cannot grow beyond the educational and skills level of its population. So again, productivity cannot grow beyond educational and skills level of a population. So this is one of the key constraints worldwide. All countries that have made significant progress on productivity have invested widely in their human capital. It means, A, to raise overall educational levels. And B, it refers to creating the right skill set. And how do we define skill sets? Again, this is based on social dialogue. We need to speak with workers, employers, to define what are the skill sets they need. In most of the economies in the Caribbean, but more widely in Latin America and the Caribbean, there's a mismatch. There's a mismatch between the skills that are being produced by the educational system and the skills that are needed by companies. So this is a key priority. And of course, we also need to increase not only skills of workers, but also of the management itself. So thank you. I'm at your availability. We continue to be able to work with all of you on productivity, on employment, and thanks again for the invitation to the JPC.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bleek, our Senior Specialist in Economic Inclusion from the International Labour Organization. One more time for him, ladies and gentlemen. Some lovely key takeaways from that presentation. And thank you so much for sharing your policy recommendations as well. And yes, productivity is a means to a certain goal, progress for all, but we also have to talk about decent work, right? Being well paid, stable and secure jobs. We also have to balance the time for family and everything else that life throws at us in between. Do you agree? Because one can't operate without the other, right? You can't want productivity, but persons are being underpaid and they have to be questioning their role within the organization. Not true? That's true? All right. So thank you so very much, Mr. Bleek. So we're going to be moving right along, ladies and gentlemen, and it's time to receive our productivity partner message. We're going to be talking about driving innovation for the future. So by promoting diversity and creating an inclusive environment, individuals and organizations can help to create a more dynamic and innovative future. So let's all put our hands together and welcome our speakers, Sylvia Dohnert, our private sector lead specialist from the Inter-American Development Bank and Executive Director for Compete Caribbean, and of course, Kayla Grant, our sector specialist at IDB. Please put your hands together for these ladies. Sylvia Dohnert and Kayla Grant, talking about driving innovation for the future.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're able to hear me. If not, someone please let me know. But I just wanted to give recognition to the Honorable Pernell P. Charles. Minister, it's such a pleasure to have you here with us, as well as Permanent Secretary Mrs. Colette Roberts-Risden, wonderful Mrs. Tamar Nelson, who has led the coordination of this whole event, her and her team, as well as Michael Ann at the JPC, who have been wonderful partners with the Inter-American Development Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, I will use the term all protocols being established. Forgive me as we're unable to see everyone who's in the room, so please do forgive me if I have missed anyone. My name is Kayla Grant. As Talia indicated, I am a specialist in competitiveness, technology, and innovation. I'm actually based in Jamaica. Unfortunately, I tested positive for COVID yesterday, so as much as I wanted to be in the room, we had the research seminar yesterday and the event today. I do hope that I'll be able to interact with you all. I wanted to introduce my colleague, Dr. Sylvia Dohnert. As I mentioned, she's a private sector lead development specialist at the IDB. She's based in Barbados, and she heads up the Compete Caribbean Partnership Facility. So she has years and years of experience working across the Caribbean, and especially in Jamaica, a country that we have come to very much enjoy, especially with the partners that we work with. So how we're going to do this, this particular session here, is that we wanted to be a bit more interactive, even though we had a PowerPoint presentation. And so I'll be talking with Sylvia for a few minutes about this topic of driving innovation for the future. It'll be as a way to give a bit of insight into some of the conversations that we've had about this and to share these thoughts with you based on research that we've done at the IDB, impact evaluations that we've had in programs that have and have not worked. Pending time limits, I'm not sure, moderator, but maybe we might be able to engage in some questions and answers with the audience as well. Yeah? Okay, great. So I'll dive right into it then. So Sylvia, given that this conference is focused on the future of work and productivity, the title of this presentation is The Future of Innovation. We just had a colleague of ours from the ILO presenting on decent work and what that means, and also the role of MSMEs and the private sector in that. So I wanted to start us off by taking a look at innovation, what it means. Can you please explain to us what's the linkage between innovation and productivity?
Yeah, so I love the fact that the previous presenter presented the quote from Paul Krugman, because we would have referred to it anyway, right? So I think it's established already that productivity is super important for the growth of an economy. And also that productivity in Jamaica, as in the rest of the Caribbean, has been falling over the last decades, which is actually quite worrisome. And JPC itself has some data kind of like tracking the productivity for Jamaica. And what I'm interested in, or we're interested in terms of economic growth, is total factor productivity growth, right? Aside from the other types of productivity, which has declined by an annual average of 0.4% since the beginning of the millennium, right? And that's actually quite worrisome. And why is productivity so important, right? And productivity really measures how an economy can produce more value with the same inputs. Inputs being capital and labor. And how can you really do this? You do it by creating new products and services that have much higher value, and that requires innovation. One can also do it and combine, innovation also comes out of this process of adopting new technology or even creating new technology, right? You can use technology to become more efficient in your processes, but you could also use it to embed technology in your products and services such that they can become of a higher value added. So, yeah.
Excellent. And then as you rightfully mentioned, I mean, innovation, it's an important factor for productivity and productivity growth. And so I want to take a look at this whole aspect of the future of innovation. There's several trends and emerging technologies that really hold vast potential for transformation of life, of the way we live, of the way we go about, how society is organized. And we hear a lot of these buzzwords continuously going around: artificial intelligence, this whole aspect of biotech, genetic engineering, quantum computing, AR, VR, manufacturing, robotics, blockchain, et cetera, et cetera. But the reality in the Caribbean and in Jamaica as well is that the future of innovation, and I believe Michael Ann mentioned this earlier, it's not just about these major technological breakthroughs, but also these very basic digital technologies that businesses need. And when we talk about these basic digital technologies that are not as quote unquote sexy, would be point of sale systems, digital payment methods, looking at e-commerce, data generation, how you're cleaning that data, analytics, data analytics and how you're analyzing the data and using it to drive productivity within your organization, digital content management. The minister himself had mentioned Excel. So this whole aspect of also office productivity suites, and how we're using all of these tools. So I know we've done some, we have data sets and we've done research across the Caribbean and in Jamaica. I'd like for you to share with us the type of digital technologies you see firms have been using in the region.
Okay, great. So I'll answer your question using kind of like two different data points. Okay. One data point comes from a survey that we've conducted 3 times, but the last time included a module on the use of digital technology. It was a survey that was carried out in almost 2,000 businesses across the Caribbean in 2020. And there was a module, as I said, using digital technology. And then the other data point is that we ran a pilot program throughout the Caribbean region where we actually encouraged businesses that were from manufacturing, agro-processing, or tourism to apply to the program, and we would support them with digital technology that was cutting edge for their sector. Okay, so I'll respond from those 2 points.
Sure.
So in the first point, like when you look at this survey across the Caribbean, what is super interesting is that, 85% of businesses across the Caribbean want to incorporate more digital technology, but they are prevented from doing so because they face certain barriers, right? And the survey, I mean, that's a lot. It's a much greater proportion of businesses interested in than businesses that are interested in like creating new products per se, or businesses that are maybe interested in adopting environmental technology. I mean, it's huge. And what's super interesting also, of those 85% of businesses that want to do this but are not quite there, is that it's not only small and medium-sized ones. The large businesses, like 73.4% of want to adopt technology, but they face barriers. So what are the barriers that these businesses across the Caribbean face? And I'm sorry that I didn't kind of like extract Jamaica, but it's more representative at the Caribbean level than if we were to like extract a particular country. The first one is the qualification of employees. So, and you see that those businesses that want to adopt digital technology but have not done so, compared to those that did adopt digital technology, they haven't been able to solve this problem of qualification of employees. So there's a dearth of employees in the region, or maybe not enough supply to meet the demand of businesses that want to adopt this digital technology. The other thing, and our previous colleague also mentioned this, the current organizational and managerial structure, right? So what is the structure in the organization that wants to adopt digital technology? Because nowadays, digital technology really, can be something as basic as Microsoft Office, or it can really revolutionize the way that you manage your business through business analytics, business intelligence, gathering data on what your customers want, right? And the managerial structure has to be prepared to do that. The other very interesting thing is the level of available financial resources. It's big difference between those that have adopted the technology and those that have not. And then a surprising finding, almost matching, that constraint of the level of financial resources, is the level of self-confidence that the business has in what it needs to do. And that really points out with, what is the difficulty with digital technology? That a business may be, let's say, for example, in the business of tour guides, okay, or hotels, or let's say manufacturing, right? Its business is not digital technology. So even to understand what are the types of digital technology that really pertain to my business, it's not evident, right, for them. So this, this knowledge about what is out there and what pertains to my specific problem that I want to solve with digital technology is a big constraint for businesses that want to adopt it.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that I wanted to say is that when that comes from the regional survey, but when we were looking at the specific sectors that I mentioned, tourism, agro-processing, and manufacturing, what you can see is that most businesses are prioritizing the Office Productivity Suite and like content management for websites, social media, whereas issues, and I'm gonna go per sector, for example, in agro-processing, traceability of the whole supply chain is super important for export markets. Digital marketplaces where you can actually place your product is very, very important. Same would be for manufacturing, data monitoring and analytics, sensing within the manufacturing system Internet of Things, automation, robotics, logistics and supply chain technology, design that's 2D or 3D. And then in the tourism sector, booking engines like less prioritized than the Office Productivity Suite, for example, central reservation systems, how to use digital technology to manage revenues, very important for all sectors, manage sales channels, manage customers, online satisfaction surveys, and business intelligence.
Those are very interesting. And what I wanted to go back to are some of the barriers that you mentioned, because what I would love for us to do is that, well, the question is, how can governments or how can we address these barriers that you've mentioned before? And I think, and if we can give examples of that. So there are a couple that I wanted to take a look at. First was the fact that you mentioned the level of self-confidence. In other words, this knowledge gap or information asymmetry, the knowledge gap between what firms think they need, what's out there, and it's very overwhelming, the amounts of products and services. Who do I go to? Who do I pay? The fact that you could go pay a digital marketer and they implement a campaign for you, and your sales don't increase. You know, and these type of things, that it's very confusing for an MSME to understand. I want to know what sort of, if you have an example of a program, maybe the TES program, Technology Extension Service Program, on how we can address that, and perhaps speak about the digital checkup. There's not enough about that. Maybe through our digital skills bootcamp, would be very interesting to see some of the results that we've seen in bridging that gap in the supply and what's demanded by the private sector, and in a very quick and efficient manner.
Great, thank you, Kayla. To talk a little bit about the Technology Extension Services project, this was a project where businesses would apply for the technical assistance that we were providing about how to incorporate cutting-edge technologies for their sector, which many of them ended up being digital. But we also had like environmental technology for some businesses. You know, we were working with a regional organization called Cariri, which I want to present here because they became very good at it, Caribbean Industrial Research Institute, and they in turn were linked with business support organizations at the national level, okay? And how this worked is that the businesses would apply to the program through a business potential assessment, because in the end, we selected businesses that were also ready to absorb the technology and that had the potential for growth, okay? 450 businesses applied. We ended up doing technological audits on 75 of them. That's like a radiography of the business, what was recommended for them as the next steps. And then we helped 50 businesses implement the first steps of their technological audit. And we did do an impact evaluation of that program. By the way, this program was modeled on other programs that exist in the developed world, where there is a lot of concern about businesses missing the fourth industrial revolution. So in a lot of even the developed world, a lot of MSMEs are in the internet wave, as we understand the Caribbean region to be. So we are also very concerned about that. So we did do an impact evaluation. What is an impact evaluation? We did identify businesses that applied and had the same characteristics as others that did receive the support. And then we followed up at the end of the program to see if there was any difference, right? And look at the differences we found. We found that the average business increased in revenue by 9%. They reduced their production 6%. They reduced energy costs for those that had energy interventions by 10%. They hired new staff, 50% female and 50% male, all permanent jobs. One employee per firm on average. I know that this doesn't sound like much, but these were $10,000 US interventions. I mean, these are very small interventions, and look at the payoff. And the average new markets that the treated business was able to penetrate, 3 new markets. So that's huge. I mean, it's a big kind of like payoff. Some countries in the developed world, like the way that they decide to do this, and I believe, Kayla, with the program that you are leading in Jamaica, the BG program, like the digital voucher system, where you provide businesses with a digital voucher that they can use under consultant of their choice to help them identify what needs to be done and take them through the process. And that kind of like joins well with a digital checkup. So just for the audience, the digital checkup is a platform that the IDB and Compete Caribbean has supported that is housed at Caribbean Exports. You can look it up right away. And what it intends to do is that first of all, this part has already been launched. It's a portal through which businesses can get a self-assessment of what is their state of digital maturity. Hopefully by the end of the year, it will be accompanied by what's called a Digital Transformation Institute, which is online asynchronous courses that recommends to each business in a customized fashion, these are the courses that you should take to upgrade your digital maturity. Plus, it's going to be accompanied by a set of policy tools that are delivered to the different governments that Caribbean Exports benefits, and in particular to their business support organizations, so that one, they can look anonymously at the data that the digital checkup is generating, like what is the status of digital technology of the businesses in my country, and it's going to have suggestions for policy tools that they can implement, because we know that the Caribbean Digital Transformation Institute is not enough. You actually need kind of like consultants working with these firms. And what is the suggested intervention for the business support organizations? And then finally, Kayla, you asked me to talk a little bit about digital skills boot camps. And together we had done one in Belize, which you led, which was very successful, like 70%. So what are digital skills boot camps? These are short interventions, about 4 months in length, where a set of generally youth, but whoever is interested in advanced digital skills, enters a boot camp, and they're different topics, but they could be around data science, they could be around coding in a specific language, they could be about business analytics, okay? And they emerge 4 months later with these new skills. Now, we found in Belize, 70% of the people who attended the Digital Skills Bootcamp were hired by the private sector. I mean, that's huge.
And within just a few months, right?
Within just a few months. So that experience in Belize is an experience in the Caribbean, but I want to relate like an impact evaluation that the IDB did on a similar Digital Skills Bootcamp project in Costa Rica. And there 220 people participated. And because it's an impact evaluation, they were able to match these people with equivalent people, same level of skills at the beginning, same level of kind of like formal education, a similar type of employment, and compare, 3 months after the intervention, was there any difference in their employability, the ones that had taken the course, right? Because we're talking about like, how can we also stimulate decent work? And as the previous colleague said, decent work that stimulates productivity, right? So for people who had been unemployed prior to the Digital Skills Bootcamp, 27% of them were able to find new jobs in the 3 months after the bootcamp. Their short-term income, $5 on average. I don't know what the baseline is, so I cannot tell you a percentage, unfortunately. But 10%, if they maintained their job, had promotions in their job or salary increases after they finished the program. 72% reported that they were more recognized Anyhow, the Digital Skills Bootcamp in particular had been accompanied by scholarships because it does cost to attend. And that in the case of Costa Rica, it really allowed people that were more low income to be able to attend. We're now in a project, and we can report to you maybe next year, where we are doing digital skills for vulnerable groups in Barbados, and with an impact evaluation as well. And we hope to find, what's the impact in the Caribbean for vulnerable populations, specifically of digital skills.
Which would be very interesting, because in Trinidad and Tobago, we're looking at also these digital skills for persons living with disabilities. In Jamaica, the Biggie program, I'm doing a plug-in for Biggie, in addition to the Go Digital vouchers and the several windows of opportunities that they have that businesses can tap into, is that with EU grant funding, we also have planned for doing a digital skills boot camp to support as well, and that would be coming on stream as well. So this is all quite fascinating. Thanks so much for sharing, because it helps to see the numbers and the impact. And these are just two examples of programs. There are several others that, depending on what the challenge and what the barrier is and the type of outcomes we're looking for, that we're able to develop and design programs that are suited to the context and able to have these sort of results. So thank you so much, Sylvia, for sharing. We're going to wrap up now because I believe we're out of time. And I wanted to ask you as a last question, and just to also emphasize that these boot camps emphasize soft skills as well, because we've seen evidence of studies that soft skills have effects on worker productivity. And so this is something that they also look at, are these aspects of soft skills. But anyways, 2 to 3 key takeaways that you would love the audience to leave with today based on your presentation.
So the first one is that digital transformation will not happen on its own. The market will not take care of it. And there's really active policy needed for businesses to take on digital transformation. Second is that digital transformation really increases not only productivity, but also employment, right? Yes. And the third one is that the digital skills interventions are short interventions that really have substantial impacts on employability and employment outcomes of the people that take them. And we've seen for the Caribbean that there's more demand for digital skills than supply. So it would be a very good investment to undertake.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Sylvia. Talia, I'll hand it back over to you. I'm not sure how we are on time, or if we have any opportunity for Q&As, but thank you so much, Sylvia.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you so much, ladies. A round of applause for our presenters this morning, Sylvia Dohnert and Kayla Grant. I see a hand from a member of our audience. You have a question? A question for, okay, we're gonna get you a microphone. Before you begin, let me just check to ensure they're still online. Or presenters are, yes, we're good to go. All right, you may go ahead.
All right, good morning, audience. I had a question for our speaker. What would need to happen for Jamaica to have a tech industry? Because we have a vacuum in that area. What implementation or what policies would need to take place for us to have that in Jamaica? Okay. And that's unique to us. Because we have a vacuum in terms of data. I know we have a data act right now, but for us to be transformative and to go into the next phase, and you said that we are entering the 6th industrial age. I know that we are in the 4th. I don't know where Jamaica is currently now, but I know that we would need to have access to certain amounts of data, healthcare, education, right across the board, for us to have and automate that for each industry to benefit from that. So I'm asking our speaker how we can start that process and what funding would need to be for us to start that, so we can have a tech industry that's unique to our people, Jamaica. Because technology is going to be the driving force for Jamaica. It's going to be the savior for our economy.
Okay, thank you. Sylvia or Kayla?
I'll start, and then maybe Kayla, you can complement with what the BD program is doing. I have to say, first of all, that Jamaica does have a budding tech industry. I mean, we met with a lot of tech developers in Jamaica that we were very impressed by on technologies like blockchain, using AI even for novel applications. And one thing that really affected the industry is the supply of digital talent. And, it's kind of like a catch 2022 because it's not that Jamaica does not produce digital skills. Maybe it's not produced in sufficient amounts. And it's also true that there's this pool. I mean, the rest of the world also doesn't produce enough digital skills. So, companies around the world are recruiting digital skills where they can find them. So Jamaica's a little bit like competing with companies across the world for digital skills, right? And, policies to encourage innovation in tech are super important. Taking a big risk when you are an innovative firm, when you're doing a product that nobody else in your country has done, you're not gonna get commercial financing for that. You need actually risk capital for that. You may need some specialized services for incubation and acceleration. And that's what the Biggie program is designed to do. And that's where I will leave Kayla to provide more details. But there's a lot that's happening in Jamaica already. A lot more than in other Caribbean jurisdictions. And we see Jamaica as a vibrant Caribbean nation, still more policy that can support, but there's kind of like the outlines of a tech industry already. And even to support digital transformation throughout MSMEs, you do need a much stronger tech industry. So it's a very good question from many standpoints.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. It's an excellent question. And Sylvia, you've touched on quite a bit of it. There's a whole ecosystem approach here of so many different elements that you would have to bring together. Sylvia mentioned there's a talent when you're looking at academia and what they're providing. And academia, not only in a sense of talent, but also in R&D, doing research and development, being a leading organization trends, and then transferring those technologies and commercializing it within the private sector. So that relationship between the academia and the private sector is also very important. Sylvia mentioned risk capital. And yes, here's our plug-in again for the Biggie program that the Development Bank of Jamaica, the DBJ, is managing, where the intent of the program really was to support these very innovative type firms, especially those in the ICT and the digital sector that find it more challenging to get the type of technical support and also the type of financial support that they need in order to grow and develop their business. And so under the Biggie program, we have incubator and accelerators that provide that type of support. And there's also, they just recently launched their venture capital fund, for instance, where you can go in order to get equity capital. There's a cluster program as well. I've been trying to push for an ICT cluster. It's been very challenging because there's a lot of trust factor to solve there. But having a cluster where there'll be another round of cluster calls, I believe Chris can confirm. But in order to pull together a few that are willing to collaborate, I think collaboration is fundamental, no? But I'll stop there because there's a lot of different things that we can speak on, but really great question.
Thank you, ladies. Do we have any additional questions? No? I think we're good to go. All right, one more time for our presenters. Thank you so much for joining us virtually. Sylvia Dohnert and Kayla Grant, speaking on driving innovation for the future, of course, productivity, a measure of output produced per unit input. And the future is not just about innovation in general, but specific digital technologies. So thank you so much, ladies. All right, so we have a bit of entertainment for you. I mentioned it earlier. We had a few technical difficulties, but we cleared that up. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let's welcome recording artist, DL.
Check.
Make him feel welcome, guys.
feel good when you're wrapped up in my arms, dancing to a reggae song. Feel good, feel good. I feel good when your perfume is alone. There we go. And only your hello talk about. Feel good, feel good. You feel like a velvet rubbing over my skin. And then your hair dances under my chin. I wish we were alone, baby, just the two of us. Yes, every move you make gives me that rush. Oh gosh, and I say wine some more. Show everybody say unconditionally thank you. And I say make believe we are alone. Hey, and just you and me. Take the promise, don't let it show. And I say go baby, go baby, go baby, go baby, go. And I say I feel good when you're wrapped up in my arms, dancing to a reggae song. Feel good, feel good. Yeah. We're gonna have a good time same way. Don't worry yourself. We're gonna have a good time same way. I'm just trying to figure out where we are in the chat. All right. Oh, I'm going to the man. All right. While the technical difficulty is being sorted out, so here's what we will do. There's a song that is a theme song for this entire thing, right? We're going to learn it in 30 seconds. Very, very simple. I wrote the song, guided by, of course, the theme and everything for this whole thing. And it says, productivity. So we're going to start with just that word. So let me hear you sing that. Productivity. One more time. Productivity. All right, turn on the music a little bit now. Let me just teach them the rest. Turn on the music a little bit. So the words are productivity, better goods and services. Productivity, better goods and services. Ready? Productivity, goods and good. Productivity, more profits for you and me. All right, we have that. Let's try it. Productivity. Good. Productivity, more profits for. All right. We sound like we're ready now, so we're going to go from the top with everything. Are we ready? Are we ready, team? Are we ready? 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 Wow. Can you do that? Are we ready? Are we ready? Nice. You are doing an amazing job. I think she should get a lot of money because she's up here like, you know, put your hands together for her. She's probably working hardest here today. Just going right through. Right through. Oh, stay, Jason. All right. So, productivity, more profits for you and me. Productivity, better goods and services. Productivity, more profits for you and me. Productivity, better goods and services. Productivity. So we're gonna start with the first song, if you're ready for me. Not this one yet, please. We're gonna go back to the first song. All right. We're good. Singing starts and everything sounds good. So we're gonna go from the top. I feel good when you're wrapped up in my arms, dancing to a reggae song. Feel good. I feel good because your perfume is loud and only yes, we're good now. Feel good, and you feel like a velvet rubbing over my skin, and then your hair dances under my chin. I wish we were alone, baby, just the two of us. Yes, every move you make gives me that rush. Oh gosh, I said wine some more, show me that love unconditionally. Make believe we are alone, just you and me. Take the problems, leave them behind. Don't let it show. And I say, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go. I feel good when you're wrapped up in my arms, dancing to a reggae song, sing, say, feel good. We're gonna have a good time today. Productivity. So right now in the set, we're gonna take it back, take it back, take it back, all the way back like this. Watch me now. And most are not too young for them songs here, but you're gonna learn today. Rest in peace, the great Toots. What I'm saying? 54, 46 was my number. And right now, someone else has my number. 54, 46 was my number. And right now, someone else has my number. And when I say, give it to me, you're gonna help me. And you're gonna say, boy, so give it to me. 1 time, say. Give it to me. 2 times, say. Give it to me. 3 times, say. Give it to me 4 times now, say, boy, 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 boy. 54, 46 was my number. And right now, someone else got my number. Help me now. And I say, yeah. And I say, yeah. And I say, yes now. I say, yeah. I say, yeah. I mix you up now. Give it to me 4 times, set. 2 times, set. Give it to me 3 times, set. Give it to me 1 last time, set. Yes, all right. This next song, I sing it everywhere I go in tribute to Grandma. It's a little bit unorthodox, but it was our favorite song. And we're going to sing it together today. Run it. Grandma used to say, hurry up! Get ready to go. Christ has... Everybody clap for me. Clap, 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 clap. Far beyond the blue sky. Turn up the music. It must be a mystery up there, never seen by mortal eye. We know soon he's coming. Clap, clap, clap. From his heavenly home, we must meet him in the air. When it comes to take, here we go now. You better hurry up. What was that? Yeah, get ready to go. If you want to ride on the glory cloud with my Savior in his golden crown, you better hurry up. What's that? Yeah, get ready to go. You better hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. My Jesus, he keeps me, that's enough, and he loves me, and he feeds me when I'm hungry. I got Jesus, and that's enough, oh Lord, that's enough. My Jesus, he loves me, and he keeps me, and he loves me. When I'm hungry, he feeds me. Jesus, I got Jesus. That's enough, oh Lord, that's enough. I'm begging you to hurry up. Hurry up. Get ready to go. Get ready to go. Get ready to go. Thank you. So, as I was saying before, for the final song, we're all going to sing it together. It is the official productivity jingle. I'm going to invite Ovesha Bartley, who sings the official recording, to just join me on stage. And we're going to sing the official song together. Please make her welcome, Taneisha Bartley. Thank you. Everybody gather round. Everybody gather round. So it says, productivity, more profits for you and me. Productivity, better goods and services. Productivity, more profits for you and me. Productivity, better goods and services. We working, and I'm doing more with what I have to work with, yay. We working, and if you do your part, everything grows here.
If we work with one another, then we can change the world a better future.
A better future.
It's mine today.
It's mine today. Productivity, more profits for you and me. Productivity, better goods and services. Productivity, more profits for you and me. Productivity, better goods and services. Everybody gather round. Together. Hey, hey. Everybody gather, work together. Vision 2030, one Jamaica.
Another round of applause, please. DL and Taneisha Bartley. What a consummate professional, right? Things do happen, but guess what? He continued. He did not run away. Thank you so much, DL. Who remember the jingle? How it go? Pro? All right, I hear this table. Let me try again. You and me, all right, productive. Come on, sing with me, man. Productivity. No, let me see if we can get it together. One more time. Productivity, more profits for. All right, productivity, better goods and services. All right, productivity. Productivity, better goods and... All right, if you did sing a while ago, clap yourself. And if you never sing a while ago, still clap yourself. Yeah? Thank you so much. Right, and just create an equitable application, interview selection, of course that selection process for candidates from a diverse range of backgrounds and whatever might just be happening with you. So now to tell us all about that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our speaker, Clement Avila Para, our senior social protection economist from the World Bank. Please put your hands together for Clement Avila Para, speaking on Jamaica towards better and more inclusive jobs. Keep the applause going for him as he makes his way to the stage.
Very good. Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to be here. I will not go through the whole list, but I do want to acknowledge the Honorable Minister Pernell Charles Jr. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this fantastic event. The objective of my presentation today is to share the main findings of the Jamaica Jobs Diagnostic, our recent study on Jamaica's labor market. This study has a very clear objective, which is to answer three key questions. The first one is, what are Jamaica's main jobs problems? The second one is, what are the underlying issues that are causing these jobs problems? And the third one is, what are the policy options that we can implement to improve job outcomes? Now, before starting or jumping right into the content of my presentation, I want to highlight that this study focuses on the long-term structural constraints. We are not focusing on what happened last year or the last few years. We acknowledge that there are many ongoing efforts to improve job outcomes, many of which we're going to be touching on today. So I just wanted to acknowledge that before the starting. So let me start with the first question. What are Jamaicans' main jobs problem? We assess job outcomes on three key dimensions: job creation, job quality, and the inclusiveness of the labor market. So let's start with job creation, right? So for a very long time, unemployment was a structural challenge of the Jamaican economy. If you can see here in the graph, Jamaica was, for most of the time that I have in here, way above the regional peer countries. It was struggling with unemployment. Now, Jamaica is actually doing a lot better, and it is performing better than these peer countries, which includes Barbados, Belize, and the Dominican Republic. I think this is a remarkable achievement, and it should not be underestimated. It is Jamaica's lowest unemployment rate in history. Now let's move on to job quality. I think job quality is actually the biggest problem of Jamaica's labor market. We can see that a large share of workers are actually in vulnerable employment. If you look at this graph, you will notice that Jamaica has been consistently, for the last 30 years, above its peers in the number and the share of vulnerable employment. And this is important because vulnerable employment means that these are workers with lower earnings, lower growth in their earnings over time, higher job instability, and a lack of access to social security and the related benefits and services. Another issue that we have identified, which we think it's also critical to the Jamaican labor market, is related to job inclusiveness. Vulnerable groups have actually worse labor market outcomes than what we see for the national averages. Women, and in some characteristics, men as well, youth, and persons with disabilities tend to have lower labor force participation, lower employment or higher unemployment, and lower wages. Now, job quality and inclusiveness are hindered by the structural challenges of the Jamaican economy. So this is low economic growth, low structural transformation, declining labor productivity, and a large low productivity segment of the economy. For example, if you take a look at this graph, you will note that Jamaica has experienced very limited growth over the past 50 years. Jamaica's growth from 1975 to 2019 has been 0.2% per year, while the regional peer countries have been growing at an average of 1.9% per year. So this is why you see that the two lines, instead of converging together, is actually a widening gap. For the other characteristics that I have right here, like limited structural transformation, what we mean is that the productive structure in Jamaica has changed relatively little in the last 2 to 3 decades. We also have declining labor productivity, and what is perhaps our concern is that it has accelerated this reduction in more recent years. And what we mean by a large low productivity segment is that we identify that there are very few large firms, highly productive, and there are a lot of micro, small, and medium enterprises with very low productivity levels. And why do we care? We care because it's often the case that large firms are the ones that provide the better jobs. They tend to have better wages and better labor conditions. Now, what are the key underlying challenges? No? What are the key constraints to improve labor market outcomes? So we explore a lot of potential constraints in terms of labor demand, labor supply, and the labor market friction, the interaction between labor supply and labor demand. And we come out with a series of key areas or key constraints. So imagine that we have a pyramid, and at the base of this pyramid we have what we call the policy fundamentals: macroeconomic stability and rule of law. These are the preconditions that are needed to have higher economic growth, higher private investment, and better jobs. Then, in the middle of the pyramid, we have the specific constraints that we have identified for the Jamaican economy. So we know that there is very high energy cost. We know that there is limited entrepreneurial capacity, limited entrepreneurial know-how, and we also know that there are limited availability of skilled workers. So those are what we call the key bottlenecks. And then at the top of the pyramid, we have labor market exclusion, no? Which we know hinders social peace, poverty reduction, and shared prosperity. So all of these elements are important to improve Jamaica's labor market outcomes. So let me walk you through each of these in the next slides. So very briefly, so Jamaica for a very long time struggled with the policy fundamentals. No, macroeconomic stability, for instance, was an issue. You are aware of the macro crisis that Jamaica has experienced in the past, in the 90s, in the 2010s. But more recently, Jamaica has been doing a lot of progress. No? It has been able to reduce public debt, as you can see from the graph in here, since 2013. No? It has been doing an outstanding job, I have to say, because now it is converging to more reasonable levels. No? It has improved credit ratings, and it has also managed inflation despite a very challenging external environment. However, there are other challenges like rule of law, and in particular related to crime and violence. So these are some of the key areas, the base of the pyramid, as we were saying. Okay, so now starting with the bottlenecks, the middle of the pyramid. No? So the first bottleneck that we identify is very straightforward. So there is very high energy cost. Electricity cost in Jamaica is one of the highest in the world. Firms oftentimes report that this is a key obstacle for their businesses. And we also know that more firms in Jamaica experience electricity outages compared to other places in Latin America and the Caribbean. So this is why we think it is an issue. So high electricity cost means high production cost, limited profitability, underinvestment in key sectors, and limitations for firm growth. So all of this is related, as you can see. Now, the second bottleneck is related to entrepreneurial know-how. So there are several indicators that suggest that this is also one of the main constraints. We know that small and medium enterprises in Jamaica tend to underperform in terms of survival and growth rates compared to other countries. We also know that there are less employers with tertiary education in Jamaica compared to other countries. We know that there is limited innovation and low job creation potential of these small and medium enterprises, and that there are limitations to access finance even when financing is available. Now, we know access to finance continues to be an issue and can be improved, but even when there is access to financing, we have been hearing that the business plans are not realistic, are not good enough, so these projects are not receiving funding. The third bottleneck that we have identified is related to education, to human capital, to the availability of skilled workers in the Jamaican economy. So while Jamaica has made a lot of progress in this dimension, it is actually one of the countries now with the highest secondary education completion in terms of the working age population. It is also true that it is one of the countries with the lowest share of the working age population with post-secondary education, which is what I have here in my graph. No, Jamaica is the blue graph, the blue bar. Sorry. Okay, so there are other signals in the labor market that we take as signals that this is an issue. So, for instance, there is a high earnings premium to post-secondary education, even more so compared to other countries. No? So the price of labor is higher in that sense. These workers with post-secondary education, they have a lot higher labor force participation rate and lower unemployment rates. And also these workers have higher likelihood of getting high-skilled jobs compared to similar workers in other countries. No? So this suggests that there is demand for this type of workers, and yet firms are struggling to get the skills that they need. No? And this is important because a lot of firms will then won't invest in Jamaica if this type of skilled labor is required or part of their main core function. So finally, we know that the limitation in terms of labor supply, of skilled labor supply, is actually exacerbated by migration, what it's often called brain drain. So that is the third bottleneck. Now, going to the top of the pyramid, we have labor market exclusion. No? So we already said that vulnerable groups have worse labor market outcomes. No? And this is particularly true for the workers that have lower educational levels within the groups that I just mentioned. No? So there are multiple factors that affect education and labor market outcomes of these groups, and that includes social norms, institutional capacity constraints, and other that are very specific. No, we know that the main reason why girls drop out of secondary education is teenage pregnancy, and the main reason why men drop out of secondary education is disengagement. No, so all of these things are factors that are closely related with the other constraints that we have also identified. Now, for the third question, so what policies can significantly contribute to unlocking better and more inclusive jobs? And you will find no surprises in the policy options that we are proposing. So in here we have at the base the policy fundamentals. No, macro stability and rule of law is needed to be able to have higher economic growth, higher private investment, and better jobs overall. And then we have the specific areas where we think priority should be considered. So for instance, we should try to reduce energy and electricity costs in particular. So there have been some policies, of course, to move to renewable energies to reduce the dependency on fossil fuels, to improve energy efficiency, not only from the producer side, but also from the consumer side. We should also try to accelerate the readiness of the workforce to support this energy transition. We have the second area, or the second, let's say, pillar here to address entrepreneurial know-how, which is to invest in accelerating the development of high growth potential entrepreneurship. And what this means, we have different policy options, but it is one of those is to support high growth potential firms. And this is with integrated packages, comprehensive interventions that can go from providing information, providing the soft and the technical skills, providing access to finance, providing access to markets. No? So all of these things can be combined in an intervention to increase the likelihood of success for the firms that we have identified are strategic, as some of the areas that other presenters have mentioned already. Facilitate business linkages locally and internationally of these small and medium enterprises with larger firms, and improve entrepreneurship intervention. No? So to assess critically what are the interventions currently in place and what can be done to improve these interventions. How are we doing the outreach? How are we targeting the interventions? How are we delivering the actual intervention itself? Now, the third area is to address the skills deficiency. No? So we have already mentioned that there is a need to enhance secondary education quality, which we have identified as a critical constraint. And in fact, the World Bank is just starting to work with the government of Jamaica with a project to improve the quality of secondary education. But that is only going to be reflected, let's say, in the future workforce. We also need to consider that we need to upskill the current workforce. And for that, we have a full set of actions that is what we call active labor market programs. No? And there is still a lot of things that can be done in this particular area to facilitate worker transition to areas that are in high demand. Finally, and one topic that it is sometimes controversial is migration. No? So there needs to be support and manage of the migration, because it needs to be a source of talent for Jamaica as a receiving country, and also for Jamaica as a sender country. No? We know that there are many highly skilled workers that are leaving Jamaica to go to the other markets, the US, Canada, the UK. No? So it is important to consider some specific actions like the Global Skills Partnership to try to find mutually beneficial solutions for the different countries. And then finally, we have social and labor market inclusion. And we already touched on some of these ideas, but basically is to promote equitable outcomes on education. So reinforce teenage pregnancy policies, no? Increase student engagement through better quality. enhance social protection access for vulnerable groups. So this means closing the coverage gaps, making sure that we are reaching the most vulnerable populations, increasing the benefits for secondary school students to reflect the opportunity cost of staying in school versus entering the labor market relatively early in their lives, and support women-owned businesses. So I'm gonna leave it there. The key takeaways is just the high-level messages that we wanted to communicate. So this is that Jamaica has significantly improved job creation, but challenges remain in terms of job quality and inclusiveness. And these issues are linked to the structural challenges of the Jamaican economy, and we already mentioned low economic growth, limited structural transformation, declining labor productivity, and a large low productivity segment of the economy. And for that, we need to focus in our pyramid, so having solid policy fundamentals, which are the necessary conditions for economic growth and higher labor demand, then to address the key constraints, that is, to reduce energy cost, to improve entrepreneurial know-how, and to enhance current and future workforce skills, and then double down and reinforce labor market, educational, and social inclusion policies. With all of this, if we are addressing all these constraints, we are sure that Jamaica will continue to move towards better and more inclusive jobs. Thank you.
Mr. Clement Avila Parr, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause for him. Do we have any questions for him, even though he has left the stage? Any questions? No, I think we're good. All right, thank you so much, sir, and thank you for closing your presentation and leaving us with those key takeaways. All right, so I mentioned that I had giveaways earlier. And one of our sponsors, Carmed, who is on location, they have a booth outside. They have some lovely gift baskets for us, so I'm going to try to warm you guys up. Let me see. Can anyone tell me what is the Kendall tagline? All right, I see a hand around the back. Come on up. What's the tagline for Kendall? Oh, a what? A cup or a cut? A cut above the rest? No, that's not it. Not a cup above the rest. I see another hand around the back there. The taste of quality. Come on up for your prize. Copper. All right, come on up for your gift basket, courtesy of Caramed. All right, one more question before our next presentation. Who are the distributors of Kendall? I saw your hand first. Caramed, she right? Is she right? Yes, you're right. Caramed Group, congratulations to you. We're gonna be having a lovely gift basket, courtesy of our sponsor, Caramed, and by extension, Kendall. So we have one more presentation before we break for lunch, and we're going to be talking about building a framework for productivity improvement. And to achieve all these goals, there needs to be a systematic approach, right, to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of any organization. So ladies and gentlemen, please let's all welcome from JAMPRO, the president, Shalette Cox. Please put your hands together for her. Building a framework for productivity improvement.
Hello, is it still morning? Good afternoon, everybody. Let me recognize the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., Minister of Labor and Social Security, Mrs. Colette Roberts-Risden, the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Omar Azan, Chairman of the Jamaica Productivity Center Board, members of the leadership team of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, including Ms. Tamar Nelson, CTD of the JPC, presenters, panelists, esteemed guests, and colleagues. It is a pleasure to be here today to talk about building a framework for productivity improvement in Jamaica. And I know some of you, knowing what JAMPRO does, is wondering, why is JAMPRO talking about this? So JAMPRO, wow, thank you. So JAMPRO, as you know, is Jamaica's export and investment promotion and facilitation agency. But in doing our job in promoting Jamaica and facilitating business, we have a strong advocacy role for private sector. We also have a strong focus on economic growth. And so productivity to us is one of those things that came forward and has been coming forward repeatedly, because the big question has been whether investments are high or low, whether exports are high or low, economic growth is not happening the way that we want it to happen. And so personally, I get very excited when I talk about productivity, because I did my postgraduate degree in development economics. And we had a professor that used to talk about the importance of tinkering. And if you know what tinkering is, it's the same thing as innovation. And innovation stands at the foundation of productivity. And so, as you would have heard throughout today's discussions, productivity is a measure of efficiency, in which how a country uses its resources to produce goods and services. And it means that higher productivity means we can produce more with the same or even fewer outputs, generating greater economic output. And a country like Jamaica that is so constrained with our resources, and my minister likes to say we're landlocked. We can't take away land from anybody else. We have what we have. And the people that we have a very unique challenge in Jamaica with our people, because our birth rate is going down, our people are getting older, and a lot of Jamaicans are migrating. So our labor challenges are very unique, and so productivity becomes very important. And the benefits are wide-ranging. It can lead to higher incomes, fueling consumer spending and investments. It makes our businesses competitive, which means that we can export more because we can compete with companies in other jurisdictions. And in general, it expands the economic pie, enabling us to allocate more resources to priorities like healthcare, education, and infrastructure. Now, the main way, however, that JAMPRO got involved in productivity discussions is through the National Competitiveness Council. Now, the Competitiveness Council has been around for around 15 years or so, and it's a public-private sector body that comes together to talk about how to make it easier to do business in Jamaica. And for the first 10 years of its life, the council was very focused on very specific bureaucratic impediments. How do we get customs to stop using 21 different IT systems and eventually come together and produce Asikuda? How do we get the Ministry of Finance to understand that lowering transfer taxes and allowing access to land transactions actually make land transaction move more? But in 2020, guided by JAMPRO's 4-year strategic plan, we put productivity on the table with the council. And I believe the private sector members and public sector members were very supportive of it. And what we did is that we launched into a study. And I see my then board director, Lisa Suarez-Lewis, who is very passionate about this topic as well.
She was the chair of that committee, and we started digging into what productivity issues could look like. And what is the data saying to us? And it's not a pretty picture, so brace yourself for this. The human capital points to low level of compulsory education and low levels of expected years in school as being a part of the challenge. And I'm happy to say the government has made some strides in that. They added a few more years to compulsory education. But when you look at innovation, which is another part of productivity, Jamaica has the lowest score in the Caribbean, in the Global Innovation Index for tertiary education in the Caribbean. This index also in 2022 highlighted that Jamaica's score in ICT access, online e-participation, ICT use, and government's online service improved during the period 2015 to 2022. So the 2022, even though we're the lowest in the Caribbean, it was after much improvements. In a survey of Caribbean firms conducted 2021-2022, 40% of Jamaican firms didn't have a website. 30% weren't using social media, and just under 13% of purchases were being done through e-commerce. So what did JAMPRO do when we started seeing this? We decided to build on the work of the Productivity Subcommittee, and in 2022 we commissioned a study with the support of the World Bank's Foundations for Competitiveness and Growth project, with the specific objective of designing a framework and a roadmap for improving productivity. The scope of the consultancy including an assessment of the current productivity environment in Jamaica, a development of a framework and roadmap, and support to Statin and JPC to support the measure of productivity. We were pleased to have contracted with Dr. David Tennant on undertaking this work, and through intensive research focused on global best practices, benchmarking assessments, and with some of our key competitor countries, and of course an analysis of what the government was doing so far. Now the report was just tabled to Minister Charles and Minister Hill, and so we're going through the process of getting it to Cabinet with the recommendations for the roadmap. So I can't go very deep into that part of it, but I want to share some interesting findings. When the consultancy looked at what Jamaica has been doing, has not been doing, where our challenges were, and when he looked at the different countries that were doing well in productivity, he came up with what he called binding constraints, the things that were holding us back. And the first one was the need for an enhancement to our innovation ecosystem, and specifically the adoption around technology. And as we look to the future, it is clear that innovation must be a driver of economic growth. But there is a worrying gap between technological change and our ability to equip people with the right skills and knowledge to capitalize on it. Living in an era of technological advancement and breakthroughs in fields like artificial intelligence, renewable energy, biotechnology, and advanced manufacturing is reshaping entire industries globally. And that rapid pace of innovation means both challenges and opportunities. Challenges because we live in a global world. And if we're not moving at the same pace, then we run the risk of getting left behind. However, it's an opportunity because we are also able to see where the world is going in innovation. We're able to see where AI is going. We're able to see what governments are doing to facilitate business. And it's an opportunity for us to leapfrog and get ahead of the curve when that time comes. And so on one hand, new technology holds an immense potential to boost productivity, create new products and services, and improve quality of life. On the other hand, the speed of change also risks leaving many people and communities behind. Too often we see a mismatch between the skills and employers needed, the skills that employers need, and the skills our education and training systems are producing. Digital literacy, critical thinking, and adaptability are in high demand, but are our traditional models of education keeping up with that demand? And so how do we bridge that gap? And a lot of us in government, we talk about greater emphasis on STEM subjects, coding, digital services, digital skills, and fostering broader cognitive abilities like creativity, problem solving, emotional intelligence. But we also find, and I see this a lot, talking to business people, we do a lot of work with MSMEs in JAMPRO, and it's the honing of the entrepreneurial spirit of Jamaicans. Jamaican people love to have a business. And a lot of Jamaicans, I think we have 440,000 companies on the companies listing at companies' office. And that means that a lot of people that have a day job also have a side job, a side hustle. And the gig economy is strong in Jamaica, but a lot of people missed out on business, what I call business 101. The fundamental skills of running a business and the financial literacy of ensuring the success of that business. We need to equip students, not at the tertiary level, but at the secondary level, with the technical know-how and the ability to adapt, learn, and thrive in a rapidly changing world. Innovation, ladies and gentlemen, is not about exposure to technology. It's not about exposure to know-how and new ways of working. It's about the knowledge of how to adapt to technology, how to adapt to new processes. Because, and I'm sure both business and government, we've seen it. You give your team members the best technology out there, but if they don't know how to adapt to it, it's not going to get them very far. At the same time, we need to dramatically expand access to lifelong learning and skill development opportunities. As automation and AI transform the nature of work, workers of all ages need to understand that the continuous upgrade of their skills is not a nice to do, it is a must do. However, this will also require new models of vocational training, online work learning, and very importantly, employer-sponsored upskilling. By investing in education and skills, we can ensure that everyone has the tools they need to participate in the innovation economy. The third element of what the findings show is the need for greater economic diversity, complexity, and structural transformation. And this is something that we've been saying to our clients a lot in JAMPRO. It is not good enough to mine limestone and ship it from Jamaica. We need to figure out what are the industries that mined limestone can feed into a value-added product and send it out so that we make the bulk of the income from that product. That's how you increase output. It means that as we, as JAMPRO, talk about orchard crops and the need to grow mango orchards or ackee orchards, we're not sending out boxes of mango only, but we're doing mango purees, we're doing mango juices, we're doing dried fruit. The complexity, there needs to be significant transformation at the economic level. Governments, businesses, civil society, we need to work together to ensure that innovation drives business outputs. This means identifying and attracting investments in high potential industries and value chains beyond the traditional sectors. We need to encourage the development of export-oriented manufacturing that includes more sophisticated and higher value products, services, and then we need to improve linkages between the different sectors of the economy. The final pillar is the reduction in bureaucracy, red tape. The one thing that businesses want is certainty. they need to be able to predict what will happen. And my clients will tell me, I don't have a problem with a 6 to 8 week turnaround time on work permits if it is in fact 6 to 8 weeks, because then I can plan for that. And while they would love for it to be 1 week, Minister, they do understand the processes that are going into it. But as government, when we say that a process takes 2 days or 6 weeks or 2 months, we need to be able to guarantee that level of predictability to our clients. And so this is the pillar that the National Competitiveness Council works on restlessly. We are currently pursuing 69 reform initiatives spanning business process reengineering of government, legislative review and amendments, digital transformation, and enhanced capacity building. A major part of the work, however, is embedded in digital transformation, and it's not lost on us when we talk to our clients about the fact that the government of Jamaica has chosen to have a minister responsible for digital transformation. It is important that governments leverages digital technology to automate and streamline our processes, enhance data-driven decision-making both in government and in private sector, improve service delivery to businesses, and increase transparency, thereby reducing corruption. Much work has been done on this front, and I like to talk about the Jamaica Business Gateway, which is a platform that was launched last year under the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, JAMPRO's parent ministry, and it provides an interface between businesses and governments to transact business. The platform was initially launched with 14 processes, including access to incentives for key sectors such as tourism, agriculture, and manufacturing. And we're currently finalizing work to increase that number 14 to 35 processes by the end of summer. In addition, the NCC, through partnership with Jamaica Chamber of Commerce, has also started what we call the Government Efficiency Index. Because it's one thing to say that we're making change, we have to be able to measure the change and prove the change. And so the Government Efficiency Index, which we're about to launch later this year, will allow the government to better manage the development of our investment climate, action and support investor retention and aftercare, and track the efficiency of government processes. And this is just a small part of what we can do when we talk about improvements in productivity. I remember earlier this year when JAMPRO launched the Film Fund, and the Prime Minister spoke about infrastructure projects, road projects, and it was a disconnect that a lot of business people don't immediately make, that when we are able to reduce the travel time through Constant Spring in the mornings from 2 hours to 45 minutes, that is productivity in action, or enhancing productivity in action. How many of us sit in that traffic and no work can get done? It also means that for those of us who can work from home regimes, and some of that started during COVID, and I hear the claps, but let me tell you, work from home doesn't work for every industry. But where it does work, it improves productivity tremendously. Addressing our crime problems, it's not just about citizen security. It's also about business, because we talk a lot and we joke a lot about the fact that when Jamaicans go overseas, they work 2-3 jobs. Ever wonder why we can't easily do that in Jamaica now? Because everybody believes that they need to be in their house, locked behind their doors at 10 o'clock. We have companies with idle, manufacturing companies with idle capacity after 5 o'clock because they can't run shift systems. Reducing our crime problems is not just a safety issue, it's a business issue as well. Investment in healthcare and mental health, work-life balance, all of those are productivity issues. re-engineering business processes in the workplace, not just government that has to look at our processes and how we deliver services, but internally look at how, rather than put in one department there and another department there, and so for the course of the day, people walking back and forth like that, put them beside each other. Simple things that can make the workplace more productive. Normalizing rewards and incentives. Making people want to work harder because they know that there is a reward at the end of it. And so, ladies and gentlemen, given the cross-cutting and far-reaching nature of the matter of productivity, a framework to improve productivity will require a comprehensive and long-term approach while taking advantage of low-hanging fruit, especially where significant work has already been done. There's nothing that I have mentioned this morning that somebody in government or somewhere in private sector we're not doing work on it. But we need to figure out how to coordinate our efforts better in order to get the work done. It will involve a combination of policy intervention, strategic investments, and institutional reforms to transform Jamaica's economic structure and boost its overall productivity and competitiveness. Improving productivity is not just an economic imperative, it is also a social one. By unlocking greater productivity, we can create high-quality jobs, raise standard of living, and position Jamaica for long-term inclusive growth, which is a whole of society efforts towards actualization. It will take vision, courage, and a relentless commitment to equity and inclusion. But if we get it right, the payoff will be immense. I want to thank the Ministry of Labour and the Jamaica Productivity Center for today, for having this discussion. This discussion is important in government, in private sector, and I want to thank you all for your attention, especially since it was right before lunch. And now, let's get to work. Thank you.
Let's get to work. Thank you so much, Ms. Shalette Cox, President at JAMPRO. Another round of applause for her, please. Thank you so much, Ms. Cox. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're almost ready for lunch, but I should thank another one of our sponsors this afternoon, Cable and Wireless Business, who they provided the internet. So if you'd like the internet password, it is ACHotels_conference. And the password is AC Meeting $2024. So the ID, all caps, all right. So the ID, ACHotels_conference, password, which is all caps, AC Meeting $2024. We do have some giveaways from our sponsors as well. So another giveaway from CariMed. Can anyone tell me who is the founder and CEO of the CariMed Group? I saw your hand first. Sorry? Glenn Christian? Yes, congratulations to you. Give him a round of applause, guys. One more giveaway from CariMed before I share the instructions for lunch. Can you name one category of food item from the Kendall portfolio of products? Let me try somebody on this side. What's that? Like canned... We have corned beef. I hear mackerel over there, but you get it. Corned beef. All right, give her a round of applause, guys. Thank you. I have some gift baskets courtesy of Kendall for you from the CariMed Group. One more giveaway before lunch. What is the new minimum wage and the effective date? I don't know. Who should I choose? Oh, no, but you're telling everybody the answer, so might as well I choose you. All right, let me hear you. June 1 when? There you go. Give her a round of applause, guys. All right, so we're actually going to break for lunch now. I'm going to invite the 4 tables closest to the exit sign, the door. We have a buffet lunch on the outside. So the 4 tables, 1, 2, 3, 4. You're closest to the door. I'd like to invite you to join the buffet line to collect your lunch. And during lunch, we're going to be entertained by saxophonist Daniel Jackson. So when you see Daniel, please make him feel welcomed. He's going to be entertaining us as we break for lunch. And we're going to watch the crowd. We don't want everyone to go all at once as we break for lunch. About 40 minutes. Come into effect. All right. Coming up first. February 14, 2022. Yes, you got that right. Congrats to you. We have a prize courtesy of JCPD. All right, another question. This one is actually courtesy of the ministry. Focusing on the future of work in Jamaica, name 3 skills needed. I'm looking around, you know. I have a hand here. Okay, let me hear you. I got nervous a while ago. I said, I'm wondering if everybody paying attention to the presentation so far. Communicate. Well, that was not on my list. So I don't know if should I say yay or nay? That's a yay? You sure? Yay? All right, so I'm going to break it in 2. Let me see if anybody can guess anything from my list. I saw a hand over here. Let me hear you. Digital skills, critical thinking, problem solving. All right, that's a yay too, right? Yes? So we have 2 years, which is right. But on my list from the ministry, I had industrial relations. I had policy, research, and measurement unit. Hold on now. You can't call the messenger, you know. I am just a messenger delivering the message. But if my audience agrees that I can give my 2 ladies their gifts based on what you heard today in the presentations, we're going to give them the giveaways, right? Yeah, that sounds like it. You said the answers were them give me, no, right? All right, I will agree with that. And then the other one is actually electronic labor exchange. Some of you look puzzled. Like, who come up here come mention electronic labor exchange today? All right, ladies, so I have some gifts for you, courtesy of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. We have some more giveaways, courtesy of the Heart NSTA Trust. These giveaways, though, we're going to actually have them on Slido, yes? So I want you to turn your attention to the screen. And the first question will be coming right up. You have 30 seconds to answer, to give us the correct answer. Of course, the first person to give us the correct answer will get the prizes, right? So we have about, how many questions do we have? We have 5 questions. Anybody from the Heart Trust NSTA should not be able to enter this competition, you know. All right, you agree, right? Because I think that's cheating. But here goes. You ready for me? First question on the screen. Do we have it? It's not working? Oh, it's on your screen. Let me get the instructions clear first. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I got some clarification there. Similarly to our presentation earlier, when you visited Slido and the questions came up there, I want you to head on over to there. The questions will pop up, and then you answer them. They're not going to be displayed on this screen. Not everybody is on that. Okay, everybody, and who has access to Slido? I'm looking. A few persons. Can I have the QR code, please? So we can get those questions from the Heart NSTA Trust as we get ready for our next presentation. All right, to make it easier for you, all you have to do is visit slido.com, slido.com, and enter the code 315-7455. So visit slido.com, let me repeat the code for you, 315-7455. And while you answer those questions, we'd like to welcome Senator Aubin Hill, the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce. He's just joined us this afternoon. Welcome to you, Senator. So answer those questions as quickly as possible. 5 questions from the Heart NSTA Trust. And they'll provide me with the names of the winners shortly. Okay, great. So we have the code up. You can also scan the QR code and it will take you directly to where you need to go, where the questions are, and have them answered. It seems you're getting through. All right, so I'll wait for the results. What you said, it's closed? You're not getting through? Tamar, should I just read the questions and have them, yeah? Old style, regular style, yes? Since we're all physically here. All right, well, most of us. All right, so first question, what does HEART in Heart NSTA Trust stand for? You enter in? Or you from HEART? If you're from HEART, you can't enter. All right, let me see your hand around the back. Oh, you answered already? You from HEART? Yes, she is. Where's my representative from HEART? Right here? So what's the answer to that question? Is it A? Oh, you're a consultant. That still counts. No contract. Right, on contract. All right, so I saw my friend around the back, his hand. Okay, who I saw your hand. What's the answer? Human employment and resource training. And more? Well, that was actually one of the answers that provided, you know. So he said human. Right, what the heart means. Repeat that for me. Human employment. Congratulations. Come on up for your bag. Your prize, courtesy of Heart NSTA Trust. Next question. What is the primary focus of the Heart NSTA Trust? Training. Skills training. All right. Can I give her? She said skills training. Okay, so it's either A, providing healthcare services, B, offering vocational training, which you said, and workforce development. C, promoting agricultural development. Or D, supporting tourism initiatives. And my friend around the back said, skills training. All right, come on up for your prize. Congratulations to you. Number 3, who is the founder of the Heart NSTA Trust? My friend in the pink. The Most Honorable Edward Siaga, come on up. All right, let me look on. I'm trying to split the room. Ready again. When was the Heart Trust established? 1982, yes, congratulations. And our final question, up to what level are courses free at Heart? I see everybody hand from Heart go up a while ago. That cannot work. All right, let me try you right here. Upon level 4, yes? Yes? All right, congratulations to you, sir. Give all our winners a round of applause, guys. We have more giveaways coming for you. But I see that our next speaker has joined us. So ladies and gentlemen, let's all put our hands together and welcome Senator Albin Hill, Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce. And he'll be presenting on productivity in Jamaica, past, present, and future.
First thing gone. I see this august body and with a long list of people who I must acknowledge. When I was in the private sector, I'd just come up here and say, evening, ladies and gentlemen. I wouldn't even say evening. I'd just start the speech. But now that they say, Wayne, I'm a politician, I have to do certain protocol things. So, Ms. Talia Suarez, who is our moderator, the Honorable Pernell Charles, Minister of Labor and Social Security, the man pushing this productivity item. We've met together at Jampro about it, and good to see you here, Minister. Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn, who is the State Minister in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. I've worked closely with Dr. Dunn. Mrs. Colette Roberts-Risdon, Permanent Secretary, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. My good friend, Mr. Omar Azan, who is Chairman of the Jamaica Productivity Center. Good to see you, Omar, always. And thanks for the work that you do. I know it's voluntary, and it's a lot. The members of the board of the Jamaica Productivity Center, all of you, again, serving pro bono, and it's a lot of work. We appreciate it. Our special guest, Mr. John Bleak, who is the Senior Specialist in Economic Inclusion and Sustainable Enterprise Development at the International Labor Organization. Ms. Sylvia Dohnert, private sector lead specialist at the IDB and executive director of the Compete Caribbean function. Mr. Marcos Sequeira, Marcos I know very well, also the operations lead specialist, public-private partnership at the IDB. I stop here because I want to say a special thank you to the IDB. The IDB is one of those very special international partners that when we were going through our very, very hard times between, say, 2010 and 2015, 16, the IDB turned out to be one of our largest and most consistent benefactor as a lender and grant provider. There are others like the EU that provided a substantial amount of grant, but boy, the IDB was in there with loans that nobody else would give us. I want to say many thanks to the IDB for doing that and this and so many other things with Jamaica. Thank you. They're worth the applause. Mrs. Shulett Cox, who runs JAMPRO, one of the lead of the 20 agencies in my ministry. St. Patrice Ennis. Now, why would his father want to call him a saint? You know, I find people with the name Aubin and them call him St. Aubin. I said, my father is from St. Elizabeth, and he was wiser than that. But St. Patrice, we're happy to have you as a saint in the house. And he is president of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions. Mr. Wayne Chen, at the head table down here, president of the Jamaica Employers Federation, or productivity ambassadors, all of you who work in this process of moving Jamaica's productivity to where it must be. Our sponsors, always stop for them to say thanks for sponsoring this, but also because you're primarily from the business sector, I recognize you as the people who pay the Prime Minister, Nigel Clark, Kamina Johnson-Smith, myself, and anybody else who works in government. The PS2, she pays everybody in the ministry, but she gets paid from the private sector because it's when we get paid from the private sector that we are able to pay taxes to the government. So please, a round of applause for our sponsors. They always get one from me. Media practitioners, which, of course, we can't do without, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Jamaica's economic performance has been improving significantly year to year. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, Jamaica has recovered exemplarily. In this way, we have had 12 consecutive quarters of economic growth, which is something that's unusual in countries in the region and certainly coming out of the pandemic. We have made strides in increasing access to education for all Jamaicans. The Jamaican education budget is about $155 billion. It's the biggest operating budget in all the cabinet. Yes, Minister Clark gets more money because he pays the debts and the interest. But on the operating ground, the Ministry of Education has the largest budget. And that's because this government is committed to making sure Jamaicans are educated to reach the heights of productivity that we have to reach to continue the exemplary and outstanding economic performance that we've had since 2016 and certainly since the pandemic. This Andrew Holness administration is leading Jamaica in transforming the enabling factors to increase the country's productivity, drive economic growth, and create a more prosperous future for all Jamaicans. Not just for some of us who may be in the business sector or the government sector, but really across the economy. We want to make sure more Jamaicans are prosperous because you know what? Even though we don't raise taxes, they spend more money and we get more taxes to build not hotels, the private sector build hotels, but health centers, schools, roads, and all those activities that the government is responsible to do. As the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Jamaica's business ministry, I'm pleased to participate in this Future of Work and Productivity Summit in 2024. You know, since 2013, for sure, no, 10 to 12, we've been talking about our debt to GDP. And at that time, it was 147%. We had JDX and NDX, haircuts to the banks and the financial sector. People had to sacrifice. But constantly, we put EPOC in place, and constantly we talked about the debts that we must bring down. Today, our debt is at 72% and keep going down to 60%. That's where we intend to go. Well, we have not talked about productivity as much as we needed to. I tell you why I know that. When I came to the ministry in 2022, I looked at the trade numbers. And I got, now we have 62 years of independence. That was 61 years. Out of those 61 years, we had 1 year when we had a positive trade balance. 1 year. That was in 1966. 1966 was also the last year before 2023, under this administration, that we had a positive balance of trade. Sugar was good at that time. Bauxite was good. And so we had a trade balance. But since 1966, we haven't had one. And our productivity has been one of the lowest level, as I'm sure Minister Charles mentioned in his presentation this morning, in the Caribbean. But that's only a challenge. It is because you the intellectuals in government and private sector, must now work at doing what we did for debt, bring it down, do the exact opposite with productivity, bring it up. We have to raise Jamaica's productivity. I tell you why. We have 3 million people, not 330 or 350 million like the United States, not 1.3 billion like China, not 1.4 billion like India. So even if you get $1 improvement in the per capita GDP in China, you are increasing your wealth substantially because of the size of the population. Jamaica doesn't have that. We have less than 3 million people. We have a per capita GDP of only about $5,000 to $6,000 US. China was behind us in 2001 when all three of us, India, China, and us, joined the World Trade Organization. It was the last thing that President Clinton did. He made sure the Chinese got into WTO. Jamaica was in GATT and India. We joined the WTO. At that time, Jamaica's GDP per capita was $5,000. In fact, from 1970 it was. So it kept there. China was about 2.9 thousand US dollars per capita GDP. India was about 1.9. China reached Jamaica at 5,000 in 2009. Today, China, because it has become the manufacturing and exporting giant in the world, like Germany was at one time, the United States has always been a major exporter, but China today has a per capita GDP of about $12,000, more than twice where Jamaica is today, although we were so much ahead of them. And they've done that because they have become the exporter in the world. So I'm supportive of free trade, but I'm especially more supportive that Jamaica must now come to the place where we, each one of us, recognize that if we're going to become a rich country, we're going to have to raise our productivity so that we can raise the amount of stuff we produce and therefore sell a lot more to people who are rich so that we become richer. Let me tell you something. The only thing I want to do with poverty is to eradicate it. I have no love for it. I don't want to love people who are poor, except that I want to love them as people enough to raise them out of poverty, eradicate poverty. And the only way we're going to do that, ladies and gentlemen, is when we raise Jamaica's productivity level substantially more than it is today. No, man, that clap the can of pian. Me want, because I see the chairman clapping, because we know it's true. If we're not going to increase our population, we can't have 3 million more people. I was going to say picnic, but they want to say it's kind of rude. We can't have 3 million more people in 2 years. In fact, not even in 20 years, given the size of our population. So we're going to have to make sure those that we have are upskilled, which brings me to the responsibility of not just government, but the private sector. I see Engineer Omar down there, Sweeney, from, you know the story, JSIF. JSIF does a lot of stuff in the country, and they do excellent work. Give JSIF a round of applause, because we're going to hit him now. How do we get more productivity? All right, I'm from St. Elizabeth, and I remember my auntie and granny used to make potato pudding. I know Mr. Chen, Wayne is up the road in Manchester, so he must have had a few himself. So let's say you're in the business of making pudding, potato pudding, and you start sweet potato pudding, not just potato pudding. There you go. There's a man who must come from the country. You can't make potato pudding with Irish potato. Sweet potato. And you make every Sunday, because some people want potato pudding for them Sunday lunch. You start off with, say, because you're small and you say, all right, I want to try this thing. I want to make some money out of this. You start off with 6. And you find out, say, that by about 12 o'clock on Sunday, the whole 6 finish. And all 3 o'clock, some people are coming and say, can I get one more? So you get wise and say, boy, I have to make more sweet potato pudding to sell. But you only have 4 baking pans. And you have 1 stove with 4 burners. And you have 1 niece and maybe a nephew helping you. And maybe 1 daughter. So you have the same number of people. You have the same number of 4 pans, but you need 12 for next Sunday by 12 o'clock. So what you're going to do, you probably buy some more potatoes, but you can't expand the pan while away. So the way you get productivity increase is to use the same resources that you have. The 4 pans, 2 pots, and 1 stove with 4 burners. You use your niece and nephew and 1 daughter, and you make them start, maybe if they were starting at 8 o'clock, you say, boy, I have to get up earlier now. We have to start at 6. And you get them together before you just say, well, let's do it. You get them together on Saturday night and say, look, you, John, the nephew, you go handle the sugar. You are going to handle 2 things, the sugar and the baking powder or soda, whatever you use. Hey, Janet, you go handle the potatoes. And you go handle the flour that we have to put in there. The other niece will handle the vanilla and stuff that you put in there. So you separate the work so that you become, I said, Omar laugh because Omar make whole for beds and furniture. And him knows that him have to separate the work that way to get the productivity he want. So you separate the work, same people. But what you've done on Saturday night, you've upskilled them already. You make them more efficient by telling them what to do and when. So what we have to do in Jamaica is to make that a bigger scale. You're going to upskill the people you have, and you're going to make sure they become as specialized as they can be so they become much more efficient. So the government is spending money to make sure the raw material of human experience and learning is ready for you. But you are going to have to spend the money. When I used to run NCB and we hire people from the university, we put them, when I was there, we put them in a 9 months training. We've trained them for 9 months. They don't do any work and we pay them all through those 9 months because we're going to teach them how to do banking. The private sector must intentionally. Put a line item on every income statement to say for training and upskilling. Because if we're not going to have 3 more million people in 2 years, we're going to have to upskill the ones we have. Some of them are young, some of them are medium age, some of them are getting to retirement. Don't retire them. Upskill them, use them, give them technology, invest in them so that our productivity can go up. It's not rocket science. It takes management. You have to think differently, and you have to want to win. We have a culture of wanting to win. We don't like anything that names second. So all know our per capita GDP is not even close to second. Trinidad beat us. St. Lucia beat us. You have to search hard to find them. Bahamas lead the score. Dom Rep is ahead of us. Come on. This is not us in Jamaica. That low productivity must change, just like the high debt was changed and brought down. We can do it, and we must do it. But you know what? Government offers help as well. Last week, 2 weeks ago, I was in St. Anne, and I was invited by Lidford Mining. They had just bought one piece of machinery from Germany for $2.4 million US. It's very climate friendly, not much dust, not much noise, crushes the thing. What they used to use 3 machines to do, and they would use 1 liter of oil, gas oil, to mine 1 ton of limestone. They now use that same liter and mine 5 tons of limestone. Talk about productivity increase. That's why you invest to do that. But you know what? For that $2.4 million US worth of import, the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, but coming through our ministry, made sure they got a productive input relief of $500,000 US, avoiding customs duty and charges and fees, and to make sure, because they're manufacturing, they get that benefit. But it's available to all manufacturers, big manufacturers, especially Lidford, yes, but the many small MSME ones. We make sure that if you're making sauces or you're making castor oil and you have to import a machine and some materials, we give you productive input relief from the Ministry of Industry and Commerce with our 20 agencies. You don't have to clap, but it's true. So we're saying that the government helps, but there are businesses who have stepped up to the plate. I know that Omar has had to improve his business. I know that what Wasinco has done, companies like Grace Jamaica Brothers Group and so on, have done tremendous work to make sure they upskill their people. And primarily, productivity is about people. Yes, you can get outstanding machines. Yes, you can get great software. But in the end, you're going to have a human being who plans it. And I know them tell you about AI. You know, I treat AI like this. Embrace it. Don't worry, be fearful of it. But remember when we got these fancy computers, and especially smartphone, computers were going to take over the world. You remember? Well, all they did was provide more new work for people that became smart. Your job as managers, our jobs as officials in government, is to make sure we have really smart Jamaicans, to make sure we take charge of AI as it comes to our doors and make sure we do well with it. So we're not fearing it. We're going to embrace it, and we're going to use it to get rich. And please, I am up here telling you that there is every reason to make sure, as we look at our society, yes, we build fabulous roads, and you can't argue, say, it's much easier to drive up Hagley Park Road and Constant Spring, not to mention go to St. Thomas. And I'm from St. Elizabeth. We go to St. Elizabeth now in half the time I used to take when I used to come home from the Middle East to get to St. Elizabeth. So we're doing those things. We have good, improved police stations. Yes, we're going to have good health centers, but we have to make sure we increase the ability of our people to produce a lot more in shorter time. I don't want them to spend all their time producing. I want them to spend extremely good time producing and have time for your families and to have fun. We must have a mindset change. We have to understand that doing as little as you can is not going to get us anywhere. It is not even fun. When you can sit down, it's so much more fun when I can do a lot more work than I used to be able to do in the same period of time and go and do what else I want to do. You feel much more accomplished. We must have a mindset change in this country that we are going to be so productive that even as they talk about us, the Financial Times say, go and look at Jamaica, how they manage their economy. Look at how they bring their debt down. As Bloomberg, when I go to New York, asked me for more government debt. We haven't been borrowing their money. We say, no. We don't want your money that way. We want your money as investment. Even as we show ourselves to be able to do that, we must also show ourselves to be able to be a lot more productive. The same way we can be productive in Miami, in New York when we go. Some of us hold 3-4 jobs and execute. We must do that in Jamaica and make here stay. So you don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to ask anybody for them visa. Stay right here. So when we get rich, them beg you to come to them country and stay in them the hotel. You see anybody having any problem with Singaporeans getting a visa? No way. We must change our country so that we no longer have to beg to get anywhere. We must be so good that people say the Jamaicans are coming, open the biggest hotels because they can afford it. All of us must want to do that. Not just us in government or those in public sector. Every Jamaican, and instill that in your children. It's absolutely right. Give them the moral compass. Don't leave the moral compass. I see some of us leaving our moral compass. Well, you want to get productivity and you don't have the moral compass to have discipline and to have order and to respect people. You're not going to get there. So put in the moral compass that we grew up with and we know. And make sure you say, whatever you do, you must really become outstanding at being super productive. Look at what the people in some parts of India are doing, some parts of China, some parts in the West are doing. There's no reason why we can't. So we need that mindset. So every day we must strive as Jamaicans, every day, to become known regionally and internationally as focused, performing, productive, and very smart innovators and business people. This is a critical objective. To secure our political independence, which we know we've had since 1962, we Jamaicans must carve out. We Jamaicans. The Canadians are not going to do it for you. The Americans are not going to do it for you. Our friends in Trinidad are not going to do it for you. We Jamaicans must carve out our own economic independence. More and more, we Jamaicans, you hear how many times I said Jamaicans, and not looking to anybody else. We Jamaicans must grow our international recognition and excellent economic managers. People must recognize us as they are coming to recognize us as good economic managers. In 2013, all the economists would write about Jamaica is that we're a basket case. We didn't like it. We changed it. We can change from being a not so good productivity country to an excellent productivity country. And in the process, becoming a nation with a much higher level of productivity. It is vital to achieving this economic independence that we must now work for. And I believe, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that is just the start. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Aubin Hill, speaking on productivity in Jamaica, past, present, and future. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, I know he left a lot of invaluable information with us. Of course, economic performance is improving, and the ministry will continue to work to transform the enabling factors to improve productivity, growth, and prosperity. Now, before we get into our next presentation, I have to say a very, very big special thank you to our sponsor, Boss Furnishings. They actually made the chairs that you are sitting on yesterday for this event. So I think we can give them a round of applause. They worked hard and in a very short space of time. So thank you so much to Boss Furnishings. Yes, so we're going to be moving on now to building the future through cross-cutting partnerships. And partnerships are extremely important to drive innovation and foster growth. I do have to apologize because two of our panelists are not here with us this afternoon. So I do send my apologies for Marcos Siqueira and St. Patrice Ennis. They were not able to join us this afternoon. We were trying to make the panel discussion as even as possible. We wanted the same amount of women as the same amount of men. However, it seems we will be having an all-female panel discussion, which is okay. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite our board director for JPC, Ms. Imiga Breeze McNabb. She will be our moderator for this session, and our panelists, Diane Edwards and Michelle Chong. So please give them a hearty round of applause as they make their way to the stage. And I should also let you know that after the presentation, we're going to open the floor for questions.
All right.
All right? Yeah. All right, ladies, take it away.
Okay, they just said take it away, but I'm not sure how I should be taking this away because I know that we have each panelist presenting 5 to 7 minutes first on the whole topic of partnerships. So Diane from Mona School of Business, welcome, and this is our partner in the academia space. And then we have Michelle Chong, the CEO of Honeybun, our private sector partner. So I'm going to start with Diane, allow you to be the first presenter, okay, and then followed by Michelle.
Okay, thank you very much.
Presenting from
Madam
here,
Moderator.
or you're comfortable here?
You want me to come up there?
No, my apologies. I was just informed, sorry ladies, I was just informed that Marcos Siqueira is actually online. So he has joined us online. Thank you so much for joining us, Marcos. All righty.
Welcome, Marcos. Are we going to be seeing you? Is he visible?
I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Hearing you, yes. Fantastic.
Okay.
All right, so we have a little balance here now. We have a male on the panel. All right, so
balance.
all right, so Diane, let's go ahead.
Okay, can they cue up my presentation? I have a couple of slides. But good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Really pleased to be here and to talk about cross-cutting partnerships, private sector, public sector. I think the stage has already been set. First of all, Minister Charles allowed us to say all protocols observed, but I do have to recognize Minister, Honorable Colonel Charles Jr., Minister of Labor and Social Security, have to, and my old boss, Minister Orbin Hill, Senator Honorable Orbin Hill, to call him by his proper title, Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce. So, and of course, the permanent secretary in the ministry, Mrs. Colette Roberts-Risden. Lovely to see you all. So what I really wanted to talk about today is the whole question of private sector involvement in skills. So first of all, don't know where the presentation is. They told me they have it.
The presentation ready?
Craig told me they have it. Anyway, they'll find it. But I just wanted to start off by sharing really a couple of statistics because there is a global and local skills crisis. McKinsey estimates that by 2030, as many as 375 million workers, which is 14% of the global workforce, is going to need to change their occupational categories and learn new skills to adapt to the new world that we're talking about, where automation and digital transformation rule. Secondly, 27% of millennials and Gen Z will leave their jobs due to insufficient learning and development opportunities, according to a survey by Deloitte. What that means is that the private sector has to do what both ministers have referred to this morning, have got to train and upskill their people more. Otherwise, you're going to get more quiet quitting, people sitting at their desks and just going through the rote and not contributing anything, and you're going to get more Gen Z and millennials walking away because they're not learning and they're not expanding their horizons and they're not learning and expanding the horizons that they want to expand. In Jamaica, we talk about a skills shortage. We don't so much have a skills shortage as we have a mismatch of skills, because we know we have a lot of people, over 300,000, who are opting out of the work market. We have a high level of illiteracy, a high level of people who are just not in the workforce and can't be in the workforce because they don't have the basic ability to deal with the technology. So we really have to focus on what can we do about this skills gap. So why do we want public-private partnerships? Well, first of all, we have to distinguish between the MSMEs, as we said this morning, who often don't have the skills and have the productivity challenges that many across the industry have. But the larger companies, and we have some homegrown multinationals in Jamaica, companies that are making a huge impact and imprint globally, and that are really best practice in terms of management and leadership. These are the companies that can partner with the Productivity Center and the Ministry of Labor and Social Security to provide expertise, to marry academic knowledge and industry expertise, to advise on technical and professional competency standards, to influence the design of relevant training. Are we training people who are job ready? Are we training people who can walk into jobs when they come out of universities, tertiary institutions? Private sector can also help us to improve the understanding of the opportunities in the sector. And obviously, private sector can help us to improve the productivity because, as I said, those best practice companies have the ability to show us what world-class productivity is like. And then the question of resource sharing and innovation and agility, key buzzwords for the world that we are now looking at. In terms of skills training models, what I want to focus on is sector skills councils. There are many models for private sector intervention in the skills training market. The private sector can manage schools, they can own schools, etc. But where I want to see us move to is sector skills councils. This is a best practice across the world. This is not something new. This is something that is actually in operation and working, where you have tripartite models, where government provides the basic framework and the operational context, and also the training institutions, and where the employers, as I said, contribute the relevance of the job-ready market and train people on skills utilization, on the job training, and really create the job-ready graduates that they need. And you'll hear from people like Dushyant Savadia tomorrow how they are creating job-ready people coming out of a learning opportunity for coding. And then we have the trade unions and civil society, which we are not really involving in the conversation. And I don't know if Mr. Ennis will be online, but this will certainly resonate with him, because we need to involve trade unions in policy making and ensure that they are part of the whole conversation, because if they're not, they can become obstacles to progress. And I want to here just really speak to a Jamaican example of the Sector Skills Council. Let me preface what I'm saying by saying in the UK, where this concept evolved, they have 18 sector skills councils, including one for the creative industries. And I think that's really critical for us to understand, because we have several sectors here which are disparate and disorganized, and you need organization and you need interlocutors in the private sector to be able to set up these sector skills councils. There are 18 of them in the UK, and they are all funded by the private sector. They were seeded by the public sector, but they are funded by the private sector now. And that, to me, is also a message to the Jamaican private sector. So what we did when I was with JAMPRO is to develop a global services skills council. And Yoni Epstein just walked in, and Yoni was, of course, the first head of the Global Services Skills Council. What that did was really was a response to the lack of skilled people to enter what we commonly call the BPO sector, the business process outsourcing sector, which is really called global services by the IDB. And so what we did was got government, the education and training vendors together with industry, so that the education people could understand their job is not over until the people they train actually find a job, actually are in productive employment, or go and start their own companies. Until they're involved in productive enterprise, they have not really completed their task. So the importance of this council was to get the educators face-to-face with industry so they could understand the demands of industry and become more demand-led. And it really was a successful journey, because we were able to come up with an enhanced job readiness and digital skills training process, an apprenticeship program, an industry skills upgrade strategy, and a career pathway framework. And a lot of this is online now if you want to look at what the Global Services Skills Council has achieved. And my final slide is really to talk about the impact of these PPPs, because they really are public-private partnerships. For the employers, it will strengthen the talent pipeline, and this is the whole point of bringing the private sector right into the middle of the conversation and getting them access to job-ready employees and training more. You saw from the presentation this morning how little our private sector spends on on-the-job training, and I'm looking at Mr. Wayne Chen here. Sorry for your skills, you sat in front of me, for your sins. But the Productivity Center, I really am throwing out this challenge to the local private sector for the Productivity Center to partner more with the private sector. I know JMEA is looking at the manufacturing sector. I think there are many other sectors where we can expand this concept of sector skills councils to build the ecosystems for specific industries that we want to promote. Logistics is certainly one. Agriculture and agribusiness is crying out for greater skills training. We can certainly do this in many of the service sectors that we're talking about. It's not just BPO. And for the employees, we need to engage those people who are outside of the job market. How do we get them to become more formal? And for the public sector, obviously, there is a huge payoff in terms of training and in terms of industry-led policy making and increased employability, equality, diversity, inclusion, all of that good stuff. So I think that the future is really about public-private partnership and how we can cement that unity of purpose and of action that can take us to the next step and prepare our workforces for the workforces of today, because it's not tomorrow, it's today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diane. I love that. It's not tomorrow, it is today. And we've heard about a successful model that you would have spearheaded. We hear that there are other sectors that are being looked at under the Sector Skills Council model. But as Minister Hill just called out the private sector, the data is saying private sector, you're calling out to the JF's president. And Michelle, you are the representative of the private sector up here. And we are hearing we need to upskill, we need to train, we need to spend more money out of our budget to get our people more productive. So you are a reputable company listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. I know people love your shares. You must be doing something right. So tell us from your perspective, how do you see productivity and partnership?
Thank you very much, Amiga, and thank you everyone else. All protocols observed in terms of our persons, and I also am happy to be here. Minister Hill and Minister Charles, thank you. I would like to say that, yes, I'm from the private sector, and it became very difficult for me to understand when they started to say we were a large company, because I always felt like a small company, and then as you grow, you don't realize that people are recognizing you as a large company. But productivity has always been something very near and dear to my heart, because in manufacturing, it's the core of your business. How are you going to make more with the same hands and the same amount of heads? So that became very important to me. And as I went through the Jamaica Exporters Association, now the Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association, we see productivity and labor as critical, because as we look at export more and more, we recognize that we need to be competitive. And I always say, how are we going to be competitive in the manufacturing space when China is there, and in the technology space when you have the Silicon Valley? And so I became an avid supporter of our creative industry. And during my time at both associations, I recognized that there were certain things that really needed to be done to be able to promote productivity in business in order to achieve a better economy and to upskill our people. And so I started the Honeybun Foundation, which deals with a lot of these issues with SMEs, and I have the support of Honeybun because they also, the board, have also sanctioned all the work that the foundation does. So I came up with a short list for this presentation to say, what are the 4 things that I would see that is necessary for improved public and private sector collaboration? The first one I see as important is setting policies. And I believe in policies a lot, because even at Honeybun, whenever we need to do anything, it has to be driven by policy. And then you have to document the steps that you need to do, which is a standard operating procedure that is drawn from the policy. We draw most things that we do from our own mission statement. Our mission statement is to lead, achieve, and serve. So we lead through innovation, and we achieve success for our stakeholders and our employees, very important, and then we serve the greater good through the foundation. So that guides us in almost anything that we do. But policy is something very important and critical. And the way I see it is that policy should be developed by both public and private sector. If you have 10 people sitting on a committee and you need to develop a policy, I'm not sure what is done now, but you need private sector feedback in that discussion so that it serves both the private and the public sector. So that is the first thing. The second one I see as being important, and I think Dan spoke to it well enough, was about education. But in my opinion, education needs to be something that starts off through the youngest of children, because education needs to be what we use to develop a culture. We hear that the Chinese plan for, is it 100 years? And many of us are planning for next year. Some of us are even planning for next week. We need in government and private sector to plan for the next 100 years. What kind of culture do we want for our Jamaicans? I'm sorry to have to say this, but I went to a recent play, and it broke my heart because I'm so for the creative sector. And I really did not like how, as a culture, we view men in our society, for example. The women were laughing when the men were doing the wrong things, and I'm like, what is happening here? What is the culture that we want for Jamaicans in the next 100 years? What do you want to look like? So we need to start to discuss, develop policy with education and culture in mind, so that we're not planning for 5 years. 2030 is just 6 years away. We need a 3,000, year 3,000. What culture do we want? What are we doing to develop the culture? We won't be here, but we're going to leave our mark. So I really encourage that education develops policies around culture. We know we have difficult times in our schools. The other thing, through the Honeybun Foundation, that I really want to encourage, because I'm seeing this as our short-term plan, is to develop more business and entrepreneurial skills. It's not happening. I see too many micro and small businesses, people in business. I want to dare to say, I see many medium-sized companies. When I ask them, what is your net profit as a percentage? They don't know. We do not have enough financial skills. So the foundation really ensures that we make sure that the businesses that we're helping understand their financials. They have bookkeeping, they have financial reports, they understand their profit and loss. The creative sector is very weak, something that we're going to have to work on. We're working with them by getting them to have more partnerships. So entrepreneurial skills are very important in terms of education. We cannot have people graduating who do not know how to use spreadsheets. That's ridiculous. We can't have people in business who don't know how to use spreadsheets. That's high school. So the third area for PPP that I would like to share with you is about collaboration. So collaboration is very critical. We see a lot of applicants coming to us who are applying for the advisory board that we documented, created a model, and encourage our advisors to share, coming to us with very similar business. You have a lot of people who are doing hair products. You have a lot of people doing health. You have a lot of people using the healthy products that we have here in Jamaica. Why are we doing that? I remember years ago, I went to a set of bakers in Montego Bay, and there they were sitting. A lot of them were Chinese bakers, and I don't think this is about Chinese. I think this is just about businesses, where they were really competing with each other. So I said to them, you know, we're in a global world. We have over 10 billion people in the world. And you sit here and worry about competing with 3 million people? We need to get together. Why aren't we doing things together? So I really am passionate about the health industry for Jamaica. Why aren't we getting all of those companies together and having government working with them to do their development, maybe through some of the advisory boards, through a lot of the works that I recommend through the foundation, and market them and let them sell almost as one entity globally. We need to collaborate more and stop competing. We have a lot of competition still left. And the last thing I want to encourage that we do together is more about technology, because we're living in a new time. It's a technological world. So what I did before I came here was I went to ChatGPT and I asked it, what can public and private sector do to improve productivity? I got it. So I just want to share with you a couple of the things they said. Are we using ChatGPT enough? So it said robotic process animation, and I'm just reading a few of them. AI can automate routine tasks. Manufacturing, AI-driven robots can handle repetitive assembly lines. Supply chain optimization, AI can streamline supply chains. And I'm going to give this to my people at Honeybond and challenge them. In fact, a week ago, my husband said to me, oh, read this article on BRICS. And I read the article. I'm this kind of person. I can't read something and not do something about it. So I said, so what do you think we should do about it? There was no answer. So I sent out a message to my risk management team and I said, I want you to research BRICS on AI and find out what are the opportunities for Jamaica. This is my risk committee. I'm now starting a new committee called Opportunity Committee so that we can use global news to look for opportunities. Because as Jamaicans, we like to talk about what we're doing wrong. What are the opportunities? So I encouraged you. So, you know, we have those things at our fingertips. Let's use them more. Encourage your staff to use those technology more. So those are the 4 things that I really wanted to share with you in terms of how we could work together. I know the government is doing a lot of things. I know HEART NTA is one of the big things that they're doing, and we need to use them more. I know JAMPRO is also there for us, but we'd like to see a new way of going forward where JAMPRO actually puts clusters together, and I know they do some of that, but we want to see results. We need to be results-oriented. We need to say we're setting this target for health industry companies to reach, they're at this, we want them to reach this by next year, the next year, the next year. We do that in business, we need to do that in government as well. So thank you all very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Michelle, and we know you're somebody who actually acts. Michelle was the president who spearheaded the merger of the Jamaica Manufacturers Association and the Jamaica Exporters Association because she believed that if we came together, we would be more efficient and have a greater impact, right? So Michelle does.
Thank you.
Then the Honeybond Foundation, she did the merger, and before she said, I saw that there was a gap with the skills that's required for entrepreneurs, and I'm going to do something about it, and she established the foundation. So thank you for that, Michelle. Thank you for your words. I wrote down, develop policy with education and culture in mind. And I heard opportunities, and from what you said, there are still opportunities because there are gaps that still need to be filled. I said before, we have academia here, we have the private sector, we have an international partner, and you're still seeing gaps in business and entrepreneurial skills. I'm going to call out Minister Hill because one of his 20 agencies is JBDC. So there is the opportunity for collaboration, government, academia, private sector and our international partners. So, mentioning our international partner, I'm going to now turn over to Marcos, who is online from the IDB. We would have heard Minister Hill speak of how important a partner they have been to Jamaica. And I know that regarding the Sector Skills Council, they're an important player there and doing some work with the JMEA and the PSOJ. So Marcos, I hope you're still online with us. Over to you. Yes?
Can you guys hear me and see me? Well, I can't hear you. I will hope that you answered yes to my point. Thank you so much, Amiga, for this interesting discussion and panel. Let me begin by thanking the Ministry of Labor and Social Security for the invitation and Jamaica Productivity Center. It's been really interesting to hear my predecessor discuss the topics associated with productivity. Indeed, if IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank, has had quite a consistent diagnostics about countries in Latin America and the Caribbean in general, that increasing productivity is the big key, is the very central key to unlock all the economic potential in the region. And I've heard with attention and curiosity my speakers throughout the day to highlight the relevance and the challenges on building capacity and training for the labor market in Jamaica as a mechanism to unlock all this economic potential associated with all the economic development that the productivity can lead. I would like to to add another component to this story, which is the component of how infrastructure or better implemented infrastructure can also be a central component to boost Jamaican productivity. And I'll give you a couple of examples. What I'm trying to say is that, indeed, the interface between public and private sector, sorry, just put that in other words, the potential for productivity, the potential to increase productivity, can only be found in the intersection between private and public efforts. There's no way to increase productivity in Jamaica if it's not with the convergence of tasks and efforts by the public and the private sector. But this convergence, this interaction, this interface between public and private sector can take many shapes and forms. One of them is training, as being said by my predecessors. The other one is to understand the demand for skills and how the public sector can help to fill the gap on those skills given this set of demands. But a third, and perhaps the one that I think is equally relevant, is how the private and the public sector can join efforts to guarantee that the hard and soft infrastructure required for productivity is in place. Let me put that in the words of the Honorable Mr. Hill. He put together the example of a group. I don't know, were they cooking? Were they baking cake?
Pudding.
Or I don't know what exactly they were baking. Were they cakes? In the example that Senator Hill mentioned. But I'm talking about the same number of people who produce cakes with the same number of pans, right? My point to you is, what if they're better pans? Or what if the oven heats up faster? Or what if the energy provided to the oven is done more consistently? What I'm trying to say is that if you have a better oven and better pans, that can help consistently for a qualified group of cookers to produce more cakes. In other words, better infrastructure can be a key component to productivity, and that is not only economic infrastructure, like better roads or better energy transmission lines, but also better social infrastructure in the sense that if we have schools which educate better, or hospitals that reduce the time that people stay in hospitals, all of these increase significantly infrastructure. But that is not new. Better infrastructure is more, and better infrastructure is key to increase productivity. But what is the infrastructure? What kind of infrastructure will be needed in the future? What we know now is that the infrastructure that will help productivity in Jamaica for the next 20 years will not the same type of infrastructure that helped Jamaica be where it is in the last 20 years. We need new type of infrastructure. And by new type of infrastructure, I'm referring not only to the new type of infrastructure, the technology infrastructure that it is, of course, necessary, but even the traditional infrastructure will need to be implemented differently. And I explain myself. The infrastructure that will boost productivity of the labor force in Jamaica and thus produce the economic transformation that this seminar is also addressing will need to be smart infrastructure. By that I mean that we'll need to incorporate all the technological trends that will guide the economic life of the countries in the future. So even if we're talking very traditional infrastructure, say roads, for example, roads will need to be smarter in the future than they have been in the past. They'll need to incorporate, for example, levels of connectivity, wireless connectivity, and they'll need to be able to incorporate technologies as they come, as they'll need to be flexible. And that is for roads, but if you think about all sorts of other infrastructure, they will need to be smart. They'll need to be able to be technologically friendly or friendly to new technologies as they arise in time. That will require a type of infrastructure that is committed to technological innovation. There will also be, and that is indissociable from the perspective of IDB, the infrastructure that leads to productivity will need to be sustainable, because resilience to climate change and adaptation and reducing the impact of climate change, this will be a major impediment to productivity. So the technology, the infrastructure in the future will need to be sustainable. It's impossible to think of an infrastructure that is conductive to productivity, but it's not sustainable and resilient to climate change. And last but not least, this new infrastructure will need to be inclusive. That is, this new oven or these new pans that cannot incorporate the needs of specific cookers will not lead to general productivity increase of Jamaica. So the infrastructure will need to be able to be attentive to the needs of all users, even though
infrastructure, is it? IT infrastructure, is that us, or?
Can you still hear me?
All right.
Needs to be smart, sustainable, inclusive. Can you still hear me?
Yes, you're back. Go right ahead.
Fantastic. I was saying that infrastructure needs to be that smart, sustainable, and inclusive. And that is the only type of infrastructure. It is economic, roads, railways, transmission line, and social, that's hospitals. So we need infrastructure that looks like this, smart, sustainable, and inclusive. And how to do it? Countries around Latin America and Caribbean have found out that the only way to guarantee that infrastructure in the future meets those three criteria, again, smart, sustainable, inclusive, the only way to do it is through a close collaboration between public and private sector. Public-private partnerships is the key component to create infrastructure that can have those three components and thus lead us to productivity. And why? Because the private sector is flexible on one hand, much more flexible than the public sector. And as we talk about smart infrastructure or resilient infrastructure, the way to build and to update all sorts of economic and social infrastructure is to be flexible. Public sector is way less flexible than we would like to, thus we will not be able to incorporate technology in time. Thus we need to have a close association between public and private sector if we want to meet to deliver infrastructure that is conducive to productivity. The other very key component that this relationship between public and private sector needs to have to deliver that kind of infrastructure is that the public-private partnership contracts to deliver social and economic assets, they are focused on outputs and not in processes. So governments can really let go of details of engineering of a school and really focus on what kind of the availability of a classroom, what characteristics of the availability of a classroom needs to have in order to really enable for the education really to take place. So it enables government to focus on outputs and outcomes instead of processes. And third, but at least, the relationship between public and private sector can help us to attract private sector investment and thus enable Jamaica to attract investment that is really focused on innovation, thematic finance, green finance, blue finance, and other types of finance which is available worldwide to direct them into delivering better outcome in infrastructure. And thus, in our perception, this relationship between public and private sector is the fundamental component to guarantee that the infrastructure is smart, sustainable, and inclusive. So the key question to me is, if I manage to convince you that this interaction between public and private sector is the fundamental institutional design to create the conditions in which productivity can arise, the question is how? How can Jamaica and other countries in the Caribbean can be ready to enable those relationships between the private and public sector, which are required to deliver that sort of infrastructure. And the answer to this is to build institutional capacity. The experience from IDB has overwhelmingly proved that designing the correct or producing the correct institutional capacity within government is the key component to design the projects and the contracts and to enable a relationship between public and private sector that is driven by public policy objectives of delivering infrastructure that is smart, sustainable, and inclusive. So building capacity is the essential component. And this is one of the things IDB, this is one of the central components of the newly approved institutional strategy of IDB, which is to support countries throughout Latin America and the Caribbean, but Jamaica including, to build this capacity. Because if this capacity is in place, the capacity of what? Of designing deals that deliver results for the people in Jamaica, deals with the private sector, that not only meets private sector criteria of commercial feasibility, but also meets the criteria to add value to the public sector. If we manage to build the capacity within Jamaica, within Jamaican institutions, we'll make sure that Jamaica designs contracts that will deliver infrastructure which is flexible, it's focused on outcomes, and can attract private sector investment. Because under these conditions, we'll be able to build roads, railways, transmission lines, schools and hospitals that are smart, that are sustainable, and are inclusive, and thus provide its contribution to increase productivity and economic prosperity of the Jamaican people. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Marcus. So I'm sure you heard all three things. Smart, inclusive, sustainable infrastructure are key to increase productivity, and we need to do this through public-private sector partnerships. So I do have quite a few questions. Michelle, I did not use ChatGPT this time around. I should have. It would have given me some nice questions to ask. But I noted that we have all the presenters, right? I heard should have been someone from the union. Are they with us? No? Okay, I'll proceed. So, yes, let's get back together. Michelle and Diane, you both spoke about the creative industry. When we hear about Jamaica and the international space, it's all about how our artists are doing, you know, it's all about culture. But you keep saying that it's not happening how it should. What is it that is impeding productivity in this sector? Or let's rephrase that. What are the opportunities that you see for that industry, and how do we achieve it?
I can go first. Yeah, the creative industries is a passion of mine, but a frustration of mine, because I think we have not taken a structured approach to the business of the creative industries. We think it's enough to have talent, and it's not enough to have talent. Talent is a raw material that needs to be honed and managed and upskilled. So what we need to do, I think, is to look at value chains in the industries and sectors that we want to promote. So if we want to look at the creative industries, we have to start to structure it. We have to structure associations. We have to structure the business behind the creative industries. How do you make money from the creative industries? Nowadays, if you're in a music business, you can't just be selling CDs. Nobody's buying CDs. They're streaming music. So you have to understand how the performance streams work, how the booking agents work, how the sound engineering works, all of the behind-the-scenes business side of the creative industries. And if you want to develop, I go back to my theme of sector skills councils, you need a structure, and that collaboration that Michelle so brilliantly brought out, I think, is critical, because if we don't collaborate and we don't work together, we can't go anywhere. Reggae is a concept. Reggae is a music. We need to own that. We need to own the intellectual property, and we need to understand how to leverage and market and commercialize that intellectual property. So it's really about structuring the industries that we're talking about and building the ecosystems that can promote those industries.
Okay, Michelle?
Okay, so very interesting, because while we were working with SMEs and the creative industries, and we thought that micro businesses were not understanding business enough, the creative sector was dismal. So we tried to understand how to develop a model for them. And this is a model that the foundation is developing. So we have 5 different business models that we've developed. I'll spare you the time not to go through them, but I want to tell you about the 5th one, which is something that we are launching this year, and we're looking at a way that the private sector can support the creative sector by providing funding for the technical skills that they don't own. We don't see creative sectors as being business people, and we don't want to change their mindset. I don't know if it's left brain or right brain, but whatever it is, we don't want to change them. We're very talented, but they need the technical support, the legal, the accounting, the marketing. So what we want to do is to develop companies that will deliver these services at a discounted cost. So we will be working and marketing to the private sectors, maybe many of you sitting here today, before the end of the year, a program where private sector provides these services for the creative sector so that they can also succeed in business. And that, we feel, is what needs to happen. I meet creatives who have some business talents, but I meet more creatives who just don't get it. And we don't want to try to get them to get it. That's a whole different kettle of fish. But we need to be able to make sure that they have those business skills. So many of them partner with people who have business skills, and that's the best combination. You're a creative, partner with someone who have the business skills. but we definitely need to get them to have it. So we're going out to private sector this year to get the support and the contribution in a funded way where they can have significant discounts to get those technical skills for their business.
And I'll just add to that this is one of the things that Kingston Creative is trying to do, to provide all of those skills that Michelle is talking about, you know, business skills, accounting. Do you understand if you're making any money? You know, do you understand what a bottom line is? Do you understand your costs, your expenses, etc.? So Kingston Creative tries to give them that ecosystem support that I'm talking about, which they refer to as accelerators and incubators. So that's where I think we need to go.
Are there any creatives in the house? Mr. Azan, stick to the bed. Anybody? Creatives? You can stand for me? Just stand up.
Just a couple.
Oh, I have shy creatives in the house. All right, what industry are you with? Okay. Okay, and you, ma'am? HR technology. Okay. Oh, so give her the mic for me, please. We can hardly hear.
Visual.
At school. Visual arts at school. So you intend to come out and be, or you already have something going creative for you?
No, not really. I'm still thinking about it.
You're still thinking about
it's
it?
in the cards in the future, hopefully.
Okay. And? So you're in the fashion?
I'm in the fashion, Shades of Africa. We're in the fashion industry.
Okay, fantastic. So I asked you all to stand up because I want to know if you have a question. Do you have a question for our panelists on the creative element?
One more.
First question? Oh, you're in the creative as well?
Yes, we both do visual arts, but I've started selling bookmarks and canvas paintings so far.
Okay, wonderful.
Have you trademarked your projects?
Yeah.
Trademarked?
Yeah.
No.
All right, so
Okay.
it comes back to the education and everything that we need to do as a business to protect our intellectual property and our creative ideas so that we earn from them, and if anybody thief them, you just carry it, go to court and you become a billionaire. All right. Any questions on the creative industry? Because we're going to switch a little because Marcus went into, Marcus went into infrastructure. And I don't know how many of you remember when you're COVID and all of us had to work from home. And we're on our computers and every minute you just see the circle or somebody say, Amigo, turn off your video and then maybe we can hear you because there's not enough bandwidth, right? So we knew that the IT players in the digital space, Reese, needed to step up the game, right? And then now, just looking at our roads with traffic and getting to and from work and doing pickup with kids and all of these things, how is it that our infrastructure is affecting our productivity? So Marcus, I hope you're still with us because I wanted to know, looking in the Jamaica landscape, have you seen any successful public-private sector partnerships in this area or any other housing, etc., that you think we should be replicating? Is Marcus still with us?
Yes, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Is that
still
right?
here. Can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, hearing you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Amiga. I was about to ask that lady who just mentioned if she was selling the bookmarks physically or online. And the reason I was making this question is because the future of creative industries is online. Although the past might not have been, but it's unthinkable 20 years from now that art is created outside a computer or outside a web environment. Indeed, without proper connectivity, the creative industries will not be able to compete. And this tendency has been quite important because that creates a global competitive environment, which highlights again the relevance. If Jamaica wants to play this global game, it needs to step up the quality of its soft and hard infrastructure. So the good news, though, is the public-private collaborations that, in our perspective, is the key element to guarantee that the infrastructure, developing infrastructure will enable this young lady to sell her products online, perhaps to China or perhaps to anywhere else in the world. This relationship, this interface between public and private sectors has been tested throughout Latin America and the Caribbean to a great level of success. In fact, the region has had some of the most successful public-private partnership to deliver smart, sustainable, inclusive infrastructure in the world. Some of the countries in the region, in Latin America in general, such as Brazil, Colombia, Peru, Mexico, have led the global trend to produce meaningful partnerships that deliver values to public sector and private sector in order to create the conditions to productivity. Indeed, there has been for countries such as Jamaica and the Caribbean to absorb this technology has not happened as fast as we would expect. But in Jamaica, if I can give you a particular example, we are on the brink of the implementation of a new institutional design that is focused particularly in providing smart, sustainable, and inclusive technology that will enable the increase in productivity we expect, which is we've created what we call a project preparation facility in partnership with the Ministry of Finance and the DBJ, the Development Bank of Jamaica, to design. This is a fund that will finance the design of business cases using the state-of-the-art technology for privately financed economic and social infrastructure. So the idea here is that we'll finance what is the most effective methodologies available to design PPP, public-private partnerships contracts, which are focused on guaranteeing the levels of availability of services that this young lady will need to sell her bookmarks worldwide. So what we expect is that initiatives such as this one, which is focused on creating the capacity inside the Jamaican government, will flourish in the coming years, and thus will enable the private sector investment, the meaningful private sector investment, the impactful private sector investment to flow into Jamaican infrastructure, creating thus the conditions to productivity. But you asked for examples, Amiga, and there are quite a few examples around the region, both in economic and social infrastructure. But again, what I think is the key component, and let me taking the risk of sounding too repetitive, but I think the key component is we need to prepare the government of Jamaica to be able to negotiate head to head with the private sector in order for those deals which are key to produce productivity, to lead to productivity. Those deals need to add value to service users and thus deliver the promise of increased productivity.
All right, thank you.
One quick thing. Jamaica is actually number 4 in Latin America in PPPs because of what we've been able to do with roads and with the 2 airports and the port. So we actually have a model that works very well. We just need to replicate it and to bring more deals to the table. DBJ will know what I'm talking about. That's it.
All right, so thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Michelle. I heard we're running out of time, but what I've been hearing from everyone is capacity building, upskilling, and training, and that there are opportunities for us to partner as academia, government, private sector, and international partners to improve our productivity and the welfare of all our citizens in Jamaica. I'm going to give you all 1 minute each to just say that one thing that you want everyone to take away here today, that key message.
Partnership and collaboration.
So what I would have to say is that we all look to government to make improvements, but I want to look within ourselves. If you're a private sector, look within yourself. What can you do is what is important.
Thank you. Marcus, final word?
Let me just repeat. I'll repeat myself. Preparing the government of Jamaica to design deals that generate values to service users, government, and private sector, making infrastructure a win-win game is the one component that will take Jamaica to the next stage of its infrastructure quality level that will lead to productivity.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the panelists. And thank you all for paying such close attention.
Thank you so much. One more time for our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Our productivity ambassadors, Amiga Breeze McNabb, Mrs. Michelle Chong, Mrs. Diane Edwards, and joining us online, Marcos Siqueira, talking about sustainable infrastructure, very necessary for productivity. Of course, we need to collaborate, both the public and the private sector. And we need to build ecosystems, understand performance stream. It's all about capacity building as well, upskilling and training. Thank you so much to our panelists. Alrighty, we have come to our final presentation this afternoon, our final panel discussion as well, and we'll be talking about upskill workers fast. So joining us, ladies and gentlemen, let's all put our hands together and welcome our moderator, Gillian Corodos, Divisional Director at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and our panelists, Yoni Epstein, Wayne Chen, and Maria Pilar Castrostin. Please make them all feel welcome as they head to the stage.
Right up prepared.
The Future of Work and Productivity Summit 2024. Are you having fun? I am certainly having fun.
Good.
And I heard that you can check ChatGPT to find many things. So if you check ChatGPT, probably it may say that Yoni Epstein has moved his employees from 7 to 7,000. He's going to verify whether or not that is so. And over the past 10 years, he has expanded ITEL into 10 countries. You have to tell me if that is so. And 11 facilities. And in 2016, Yoni was named Entrepreneur of the Year by the Near Shore Americas. Yes, man, I believe he needs a round of applause for that. And I was saying to Yoni that I often see him on panels like this. So that is what I didn't pick up from ChatGPT. And Wayne Chen, you wonder what he's saying about you, right, Wayne? It says that you're on several boards. And I've just mentioned a few. CVM Television, South East Regional Health Authority, NCB Insurance, National Jamaica Urban Development Corporation, National Land Agency, National Gallery of Jamaica. I believe that's where we met the first time.
Yeah, long time ago.
And currently, it says you are president of Jamaica Employees Federation, and he also is known as the Caribbean Employers Confederation also. So we want to put our hands together for the panelists. And today, we will be looking at what many persons have been mentioning today about the skills gap and what we need to do. Now, before I go into the panel discussion, I want to pause to acknowledge Honorable Colonel Charles Jr., Minister of Labor and Social Security, Senator Aubin Hill, Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Mr. Omar Azan, Chairman of the Jamaica Productivity Center's Board, Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Colette Roberts-Risden, Mrs. Tamar Nelson, that has been very busy, Chief Technical Director of the Jamaica Productivity Center, our international development partners, representatives of the Jamaica Employees Federation, Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, esteemed guests in person and online. Good afternoon. Welcome. We're going to be getting into it. Upskill workers fast. When we say upskill workers fast, what skills are required generally? And what are some of those industry-specific skills? And when we say fast, what do we mean by fast? So, before presentations, I just want to refer to something that we heard earlier from ILO's John Bleak. And I found it very interesting, and I wrote it down. And he said, productivity cannot grow beyond education and skill levels of the labor force. I'm probably saying it a little bit different, but that's the essence of what he was saying. And he's speaking of both management and workers. So as Jamaica has attained historic unemployment levels of 4.2%, let us recognize that we are doing better than the global unemployment average that stands at 5% for the same period. So Jamaica is at 4.2%, which is lower than the global average. So we're little but with all we're doing well. And we have done well in different spheres. We are seen as the sprint capital of the world. We run faster than the rest. We're also seen as the reggae capital of the world. Now, what I want to find out is what will it take for us to be the productivity capital of the world? And I think we are en route to being extremely good at productivity in all our industries. And you have many listeners online, micro, small, large enterprises. They are looking to what are these solutions. So I'm going to start, and I know the gentlemen are wondering, oh, who am I going to start with? I'm going to start with you, Yoni.
I figured as much when I saw my presentation. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for having me here this afternoon. It's up here. Before I start, I just wanted to, because we're talking about upskilling and productivity, productivity to me in my business is something that really and truly dedication and determination is going to drive productivity in our world. And a little bit about my day. I actually, just before coming here, landed from Guyana. We have an office in Guyana. And I woke up at 2 o'clock this morning. For anybody that has gone to Guyana, the Chedijagan Airport is an hour from Georgetown. So got to the airport at 3:30, got on a 5 o'clock flight to Trinidad, came off that plane, went on another plane to Barbados, sat on that plane, then to Antigua, and then to Kingston, and then now I'm here with you. And so I could have very easily, when I got the invitation, have said, I'm traveling, can't make it, but that's my level of productivity because I feel that I have a duty to our industry, a duty to our company, and a duty to our nation. And I feel that, as we move into what everyone is dubbing as the future of work, while technology is evolving and evolving very quickly, the human aspect of things is still very, very much important, right? People are wondering, with the advent of AI, what is going to happen to jobs, not only in the BPO industry, but in all sectors across business. But, when I look at productivity in our business and I look at where, our unemployment rate is at 4%, as, you're acknowledging a while ago, Madam Master of Ceremonies, I believe that while our unemployment is low, it is also driving some very bad behaviors from the human element and human side of things. And in our case, every business has their triggers and markers, but in our case, we are having much higher shrinkage than necessary to run the business, which means I need more people to do the job because people are less reliable these days. And that is where, productivity is going to drive the better for Jamaica, for growth for Jamaica, and for our industry. So, while our world revolves around capacity planning, we look at how can we bring the advent of technology into our business to be more efficient, allow for individuals to either handle calls faster, have AI do certain aspects of the job for them so they can move on and do multiple things at the same time. So therefore, you get more efficient, you fix your shrinkage problem, because the longer term issue is this kind of changing the culture that I heard Michelle talking about earlier, is what is the culture that we want for Jamaicans. So along with that, when you look at the advent of technology, while you're getting more efficient, and some people can say, well, that means you don't need as many people, but there's one thing that we're missing in the explanation of the advent of technology, which is things like, AI engineers, because the large language models they learn a certain aspect on their own. But just yesterday when we were in Guyana, we were meeting with a client who is using AI in a part of their non-voice side of work for email to begin with. And while they're teaching the language model to be able to respond grammatically correct, respond and sound like the client, and respond accurately, it's actually a group of individuals behind it teaching that model every time that it is incorrect to be correct. So that's why we keep saying that while there may be aspects of jobs that may go away, but they're also creating other jobs, and that's where the upskilling comes from, and we need to move quickly, particularly in the short term. I'm still young, but that is far for me to read, so I'm going to have to remember from when I was reading it on the plane coming over. So if I can't see it, you can't see it either. So one of the big aspects is software development. Jamaica has a large industry of software developers, but we actually need to look at how can we not only solve for the short term, because of where technology is, you can actually develop things a lot easier today. You don't need to know the traditional code in order to develop something. And that is where the short-term fix is. But I also believe that we need to figure out ways in our educational system to look at from the secondary and even the primary levels, how do we start bringing technology? And I'm not talking about using an app or how to use a computer. I'm actually talking about how to use Amazon Web Services and teach individuals how to start to develop things. And I think that is where we look at the future to keep Jamaica in the game. Obviously, through HEART and other vocational schools, that is where we're going to continue. I've heard the Minister Hill talk about 750,000 people that are not employed at the moment, that need upskilling to become employed, and that's where I can see discussions that we're having coming to fore with the vocational training. But I also sit on the task force set up by Minister Dana Dixon on artificial intelligence, and that is where we can play a great role as a nation as to how do we establish our AI policy. What do we want to focus on? Because while AI can be used for a force of good, there are a lot of people out there using it for the force of bad, and we need to keep that in our minds when we're looking at how we're going to evolve with the technology at hand. So I wanted to take a minute and show just one of the things that we do in call centers, right? Because we believe that AI is going to take over the call center. And that is, quite frankly, the furthest from the truth, right? But one of the areas that we went into in the top left screen, which it looks like mumbo jumbo on the screen there, is hundreds and thousands of lines of metadata. Because one thing that we're able to do is we're in fact able to record 100% of the phone calls that come in through our centers. And from that data, we then use our AI to generate dashboards where we can see within seconds, how many calls, what is the customer sentiment, what are they saying about the client or the agent that they're dealing with, are they happy, are they unhappy, what percentage of the calls are actually being dealt with in what they call first call resolution. And in the bottom right, you can see, which agents have sentiment above par and which ones are below par, and you can, look to develop and train and support so that they can become above par. And all of that, what you're seeing on the screen right there, a couple years ago, you'd have to hire somebody to take that file, put it into a spreadsheet, build macros, build pivot tables, try and build a dashboard in the spreadsheet, and it might take, several people, several hours, several days to be able to do that, whereas with the advent of AI, we're doing this in a matter of seconds now, right? And that is where the advancement is making people more efficient in what they're doing. And in the last slide that I'll show you, which again it might be difficult to see, but in the post-call analytics, which in the bottom left of the slide, it'll tell you, a brief summary of what was right or wrong in the call based upon how we train the model. It tells you the categories of the basis of the discussion that has happened. And then in the bottom right side, we use generative AI to basically create a summary of the call, because every client wants you to put a summary into their CRM as to what happened on that particular phone call, where an agent would have to, through recollection, type it out, maybe go on hold, not have the greatest call with the customer. Now the system is doing it automatically, where they can copy and paste that into the client CRM, and it shortens the call. It's a better experience for the customer, and it's an actual indication of what took place on the call because the AI generated it. One last thing that goes into it a bit further that we didn't put on here is that automatically we can have a customer sentiment score, which is like a voice of the customer score, and automatically we can have a quality assurance score on up to 100% of the phone calls, whereas a year ago we could only do 1 or 2% of the phone calls because you had an individual doing it. Now, the people that were doing that didn't lose their jobs. They basically now take that data and push it into another AI engine to be able to train, develop, and upskill the agent. So the point that I'm trying to make today in this presentation is that call centers are here to stay. Business is here to stay. Humans conducting business are here to stay. But how you use the advent of technology and artificial intelligence to make that efficient, all of this was built by people. This wasn't just built by a machine overnight. And these are the same people that we've worked with us on specific accounts as agents that we've upskilled to do this and take it to the next level. And that is where, you know, we need to focus on and to go as an industry and as a nation. So I hope I was able to kind of very briefly show what the importance and where the focus needs to be on from, you know, the future of work and how we're going to upskill workers fast.
Thank you very much. And listen, you gave us so much information. I was busy taking notes the entire presentation. And it is very important that we not just look at where we are now, but where we need to go. And for the nearshoring industry, you've shown us just that you have transitioned from what is a human, heavily labor, human-related analysis to using AI to generate that additional information that drives your industry. But I'm going to get back to you because we need to know where else are you going and where we need to be skilling and upskilling, reskilling to address that. All right, Wayne.
Hi, Julian.
You have been so many places, so many experiences, and we're just going to ask you to just share with us, when we talk about skilling of workers, fast, what is fast?
Fast is like yesterday. The fact is that we know a lot. Why do I say we know a lot? But we have to be frank with ourselves. The fact is that Minister Hill mentioned earlier that Jamaica spends $155 billion a year on education. And when I say Jamaica, I mean the government of Jamaica. It's the biggest call on our budget in terms of the percentage of GDP and percentage of public spend. We are right up there at the top in terms of our peers. But we have had report after report, mostly the Patterson report, and before that, several years ago, the Davis report, that tells us that, in essence, the education system is not delivering value for money. I heard someone earlier say that business does not put a lot of investment in training, but that's not true. It's a myth. I sat in a presentation 20 years ago where the estimate as to the private spend on education in Jamaica mirrors the government spend, parents and business, because Omar Azan will tell you that nobody turns up at Boss Furniture ready for work. It takes a while to get them to the level of productivity that they're earning their pay, because our education institutions don't and can't make them ready for work on the first day. So we do invest. Maybe what we need to talk about is whether the skills that we teach within enterprises are certified skills and measured. But it comes back to the point. The point is that we have had many data points to say that we are not going to get rapid economic growth in Jamaica. We're not going to get rapid rise in income if we don't deal with productivity. And at the heart of it, we have a low-skilled workforce. It's a fact. It's not something, it's something we have to be frank with ourselves to start with. Roughly around 40% of our workforce have certified skills. If you look at the list of high schools in Jamaica, just to pick one important segment of the education firmament, you have about 160, just over 160 public secondary institutions in Jamaica. We have set in our secondary system success, in quotation marks, as 5 CSEC passes at any grade to include math and English language. Fewer than 40 high schools in Jamaica have 50% of their students attain that standard. In other words, a quarter of your high schools struggle to have half their students attain that standard. Let me get back again. 40% of your workforce have certified skills, which means 60% have no certified skills. Dr. Wayne Henry last year, in his quarterly PIOJ report, said that the break on rapid economic growth in Jamaica will be the shortage of skills in the workforce. So we don't need more evidence to say that we need to upskill rapidly. The emergence of artificial intelligence just reminds us that there are other existential threats to what we're doing now. So even the skills that we think we have today will rapidly become obsolete if we are not upskilling even as we are skilling. So if Jamaica is to achieve rapid economic growth, never mind competitiveness and some productivity targets that we can live with, we will have to rapidly upskill. So let us just clear the air and say, it's yesterday that we have to get there. How do we get there? There's a famous John Lennon quote that says that life is what really happens while you're busy making other plans. One of the challenges we have is that we have a bunch of boomers like myself really planning for newer generations that may not, what we are talking about may not even be relevant for the world of today, much less the future of work. We are still very sectored in our thinking, still very siloed in our thinking. When the world doesn't work that way, when I look at Michelle Chung and, I probably eat too many honey bun products for my own good health. But you have Jamaican companies that are very productive and are continuing to train staff, to find ways of management, to introduce technology to make themselves more productive. And they have to tell their stories. But that's another, I'll soon come back to that. But why I say that we are still siloed in our thinking is because when I listen keenly to the conversations we have, we want to hear, productivity in this sector or that sector. There was a revelation I had. I'm a shopkeeper. I'm a grocer by profession, but I've been involved in many other professions. To give an example, Omar Azan can produce all the mattresses that he wants in the world. But if there's not an ecosystem, a sales ecosystem, whether it is the courts or the singers of the world or some sort of e-commerce site to sell the mattresses, they'll pile up in a warehouse somewhere in Kingston and it doesn't work. You need a whole ecosystem to work. But I'll tell you a bit of a revelation. I was having a conversation with someone from the IFC, the International Finance Corporation, the private sector arm of the World Bank, 20-odd years ago. And we had a very interesting conversation right here in Kingston. And he said, the biggest driver to domestic food production is an efficient grocery sector. Supermarkets drive agriculture. It might seem like a non sequitur, But if you are going to bring more fresh produce to the consumer, you have to maintain a cold chain, you have to process it, package it, keep it fresh, get it on the shelf. It requires skills all along the way. If you're going to have an efficient livestock sector, again, cold chain, if a pig perishes out for you, those of you who don't eat pork, if a side of beef comes into a supermarket, the person who turns that into something of a higher value, whether you have 4 pieces, stew, whatever, or you do like the Koreans and you have 200 different cuts out of the same carcass of beef, it is a skill that adds value. And it allows for a much more sustainable livestock sector, fresh produce sector, or so on. So one of the things we have to get rid of early is the sector thinking that productivity only matters in certain sectors. Productivity matters in all sectors, including government, but I'm going to come to that. Because government, of course, employs 100 and something thousand people, the public sector. but it consumes quite a bit, $1 trillion in taxes and other spending in the last fiscal year. So it's important that all sectors become become more productive, that skills deployed in all sectors move up the value chain very, very quickly. Because that is how you unlock the human potential and the value of the people that we have. So the imperative is there. So I do, I do my surveys. I don't do a survey among my generation anymore because we are leaving the stage at some point in the near future. But when I talk to young people about how do we get Jamaican enterprises to be more productive? Of course, skills. How do we get people to acquire the skills relevant to the world of today and the future, moving forward? I came up across an interesting term from one young entrepreneur. They say you have to kind of play, it starts to trust. We as a generation have to trust that the next generation can figure it out. We can't impose our own template on them and say, you're succeeding and failing based on my measurement. We have to trust enough to say, here is a piece of the rain. And let me tell you, giving up power is a very scary thing. Giving up power to a generation who can maneuver very easy in the virtual world is a very scary thing because it means a diminution of my power. When my 14-year-old tells me, when I'm talking about microchips, he said, Dad, you don't know what you're talking about, so give it a rest. I have to sit down and listen. You can imagine listening to a 14-year-old school you in why a microprocessor is different from and so on and so forth. But the fact is that the delivery of skills and the skills that are necessary, it's not just us telling them what we think will be necessary. We have to create an open source way of getting skills by building the infrastructure that allows people to acquire the skills. So we have to have a relook at our institutions of learning. Should the architecture of the classroom be different? Should we be still looking at a whiteboard or a blackboard? Should we be sitting in circles? Since many have already left the formal education and we talk a lot about lifelong learning, what are the, I don't like the word incentives, but what are the support in place for enterprises to pay for enterprise-based training? And not only pay for it, the vast majority of Jamaicans are employed in small and medium enterprises. They don't have HR departments. They don't have people who can develop training programs. But what are the supports now that not only my hard deductions, but some of what I pay in taxes and other measures can now pay for me for that period of upskilling my workers while I transition to something else. Because the fact of the matter is the world is not sitting around and waiting for Jamaica. We have to catch up. And a lot of the training is going to have to take place in the workplaces. So we really have to have that conversation around what are the skills. I don't want to predict. There are some obvious ones. The World Economic Forum, you can go to the website. Every year they do a global survey. You're going to see wonderful things like critical thinking, being able to work with diverse groups. You're going to see things about manipulating information in the digital space, utilizing artificial intelligence. Every time you have a new technological breakthrough, of course, it's going to destroy jobs, but it also creates opportunities. One of the things we hear around the world now is a just transition. What is a just transition? As we move towards a new economic structure with renewable energy, more consciousness around the environment, and so on, what are the jobs that are going to be needed there? Are we even having this conversation in our educational institutions? No. Are we having this conversation in our workplaces now? Even though we have very ambitious targets in Jamaica that we are working towards, 50% of electricity generated by renewables by 2030, 15% of new vehicles sold in this country as EVs by 2030. And that is just around the energy side. If we are going to transform agriculture, to speak of one of one traditional sector that needs more technology. We talk about, and we see the samples in here, you see the vertical farming and the beautiful silos and the greenhouses. How are we training the workforce that can work in these technology-intensive areas of food production and agriculture to keep them competitive? Because it does not mean anymore somebody going out to the field with a cutlass and a hoe. It's now going to mean someone who can deal with a climate-controlled environment, deal with micronutrients going into the plant, perhaps recycling water. I was talking to a fish farmer recently and talking about how you don't only have fish in the pond, you have shrimp that eat all the feed of a certain granular, particular size that the fish can't eat. But not only that, the things that the fish excrete, I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty, but the waste matter secreted by the shrimp and the fish being used as nutrients for crops. So you have a whole integrated system. Are we having these discussions of how to integrate everything into the economy of the future, and what are the skills we need? The fact is that even as we sit here, there are young Jamaicans taking matters into their own hands. I don't think a week goes by without me interviewing people at different levels. I make it a point of duty to interview new recruits in different areas. One of the more revealing interviews I had in the last month was a young woman, lives in rural Manchester, went to high school, has 8 subjects. She didn't pass math on the first go-round, but after she finished reform, she went and did math the second time. She hadn't worked a 9 to 5 in a while, and she was, just coming out into the market to test what was happening. So I said, how have you been making a living for the last several years? You have a young child, you're stable, living in a deep rural community. She says she makes a living as a graphic designer. I said, were you ever trained as a graphic designer? She said, no. She said she had a knack for photography that she didn't know. Somebody saw her pictures on Instagram and said, you really have a good eye, and you have a good eye for design. So she figured out, how to use software and so on. So I said, what sort of laptop do you use? She said she doesn't have a laptop. I said, what type of tablet do you use? She said she doesn't have a tablet. So I said, you don't use Photoshop or any of the... No, she doesn't. She uses something called Pixel, which I'd never heard of. I said, so how do you do graphic design? She says, on her phone. Now, here it is. You have a young woman, deep rural community in Manchester, doing graphic design for clients she has never met, who just hear about her on Instagram. She does the design, and everything is done totally seamlessly. And I come across these examples more and more every day of Jamaicans, young Jamaicans, who were not formally trained in the system, but had to figure it out, and they are doing their own thing. On a much smaller scale, of course, than what Yanni is doing with the big BPOs, but you have individuals pretty much doing this. And I say this to say that if we have a big opportunity for this country, for our young people, and we owe it to them, it is in the virtual economy that has millions, tens of, not hundreds of millions of jobs out there. We have to build the infrastructure, but we also have to impart the skills very, very quickly that will allow, especially our younger people, but not limited to our younger. I see my good friend Helene Davis-White over there. We have the older generation and Helene that they can't figure it out. We'll have to figure it out. But the fact is that you have to have the skills. You have to have the infrastructure. We have to recognize that digital transformation is not an option. It's an imperative. And it's a reality. It's going to happen whether we like it or not. But where do we start? We have to start, again, polling young people. We have to start by measuring what are the skills that we currently have. And this, we even don't know this, And when I say skills, we're not talking how many welders do we have in Jamaica. We can't figure that out. But if we're going to do a full 360 degrees, firstly of us as individuals, what are the skills that we have? What are the skills that we need to step upon? And we need to have a very objective way of building on them. Where are the resources going to come from? I mean, we as employers, Jamaica Employers Federation is well represented here. Over the decades, we have paid hundreds of billions of dollars into the Heart Trust, and the Heart Trust was designed for the specific purpose of generating more skills in the economy. And I want to be very clear here. I'm not talking about just having better workers. I'm talking about having Jamaican citizens empowered to have greater economic opportunities. It will make for better workers, but it also makes for better entrepreneurs, better individuals who would prefer to stay home. One of the things we learned from the pandemic, in staying home, is how to work remotely. A disappointing aspect of the post-pandemic period is how many organizations in Jamaica, and they shall remain nameless, were looking forward to the pandemic ending so the work from home could end. Which I said, this is crazy. There's one organization which shall remain nameless. When I said, let's do a poll of the workers to see how many would like a blended work week. Work 2 days at work, 3 days home, of course in areas that could be done remotely. And a couple of months later, I asked the HR manager, what's happening? She said, I didn't need to do a poll. I said, why? She said, you can get 100% response. Everybody wants a blended work week. But have we implemented? No. The last point I want to make before I talk again, Gillian, it's not about technology, it's about mindsets. If we are not changing our mindsets to look at the great opportunity, but also look at the resources that are currently available, we are not going to get anywhere. We, and it's a generational thing mostly, but not limited to my generation, we have to free up our minds and look clearly at, firstly, the reality of the situation, which is we are going nowhere fast. And secondly, listen to generations who we figure are still wet behind the ears, but they have a lot to tell us. Pull these things together, and we would have made the first step towards dealing with the issue of upskilling ourselves fast.
All right. And as always, I know that Wayne has a very thorough way of taking us through the subject matter. But I want to say, Wayne, one of the things that really resonated is that we have to start with a changing of the mindset. Yeah. You can train persons, but if the mindset hasn't changed first to be receptive, we may not get where we want to go. Now, you spoke about greater economic opportunities, and most persons will say, oh, I've gone to upskill, I've gone to get a degree, I've gone to do additional training, vocational, but I have not moved economically. And that's very important, that as we look at skilling workers fast, we also need to look at what goes along with it in terms of what is in it for workers. There are investors looking on, employers, and you have said that the upskilling also has to go hand in hand with infrastructure development, and that is key. Now, as the Jamaica Productivity Center has done its own research and preliminary findings on this Future of Work survey, found that project management, communication, analysis, and data-centric skills are increasingly needed. Yoni, what is your call on investors, employers? What can they do? Because I seem to be hearing a theme that it requires public-private partnership. The government has vocational training opportunities, educational opportunities, but what can the investors do in this regard?
I think I'm going to coin that question with a little bit of what Wayne was saying, specifically around the work at home and the mindset, right? Because I don't know which companies were polled, but if you ask us, 90% of our workforce is back in the office. And we have a work at home side of our business in the US, and I'm a proponent of work at home, but it also depends on who is working at home. Right. Because we have a mindset in Jamaica that you can't just have one job. We must hustle. But when you start to hustle and use the asset of the company to hustle, then you have to pivot and change your ways. And I think, particularly in our space, a lot of that has been happening. But to focus on, some of the other areas, I mean, I really stick to the point of there's short-term needs and there's long-term needs. Wayne says 150 billion on education. I mean, Jamaica should, with that type of investment that the government is making on an annual basis, we should be much further ahead, no doubt, of the game. And I think it's looking at ways and potentially bringing in consultants like we've brought in for other producing industries. So when we were in the early stages, we had analysts, we had consultants, we had people bringing business opportunities to us. Diane, who was the president of JAMPRO, was there when the industry was growing. So she was driving a lot of that in her capacity. Maybe it's something we need to look at it from an educational perspective, is not look at education as just, we need to send the kids to school, we need to train our teachers, and our teachers need to follow a curriculum. How do we need to evolve our curriculum to develop our learners to be learners for the future? And I think that is how we're going to solve some of the issues and the shortcomings that you're finding in that question you asked.
Yeah, thank you. And when we look, Wayne, at many of the local industries, we're hiring. But then there are several partly young persons, I say partly, because it's not strictly young persons, we have middle-aged persons, also seeking employment. Recently, we had a partnership with the ministry and an employer looking for 400 workers, but we had close to 1,700 persons lining up on that day in that job interview. And we ended up not doing just 1 day interview, but 3 days. Now, what is happening? What is the reason that persons may want employment, but are not finding that employment? As a ministry, we have found that there is need for job readiness training. Those softer skills are also lacking, and we have tried to address that challenge. But what is that? Is it an attitude or an aptitude? Or is it a combination of both?
It's a combination of both. I don't think it's a secret among employers that we hire for attitude. The fact is that if someone has a positive attitude, even without some of the basic skills, they will learn quickly and we can train them quickly. So attitude is important, and attitude is a combination of soft skills, as you know. But it comes back again to a baseline. We have to have a baseline as individuals, as organizations, as a country. And when I speak of skills, it's not just around the ability to weld well or to weld inside a big iron pipe. It's also, how do I get up? How do I manage time for the day? My conception of myself, the positivity. So I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty here because we pretty much know the studies are all there. Anyone that's interested can read the Patterson report or the Davis report or any of the numerous reports that we're very good at producing here in Jamaica. The issue is we also have very successful enterprises, not least in the BPO sector because you are globally competitive. But how many people know your story? How many people know what you go through on a daily basis? And this is the sort of example that we have right here in this country, Jamaicans doing it. How do we translate this into the public sector? And I'm not singling out the public sector for any special treatment, but the fact of the matter is, if we have a sector that employs 100,000+ people, consumes $1 trillion a year in resources, we have to interface as a private sector with the public sector. An efficient public sector enables a more efficient private sector, and on and on. If you go to the tax office in Mandeville, the line, it doesn't get any shorter. What they have done now, the innovation is to put a few tents out there so that when the rain falls, you're not getting wet, and when the sun is shining, you don't get burnt up. But we have known this now for decades, but do we fix it? Do we move more of these things online? Even though we have even though we have the examples in front of us. Back in 2008 or 2009, a simple tweak, like unifying the payroll taxes so you just do one deduction. There was in that quarter, there was a $300 million surplus against the projection just by making it easier to pay payroll deductions. You're old enough, Omar, you remember that? So we have had the examples along the way. I tease people and say, many of us believe that digital transformation is converting paper forms into PDF and putting them up online so we can download and do the same thing. It has to be a process change. Yeah. And it's not something that we're just going to talk about and talk about. There are innovations that take place. I mean, I'm here today. Typically, I would be, this is a, third Thursday of the month. I'll typically be at a Southern Regional Health Authority board meeting, and I can say this here publicly. Some of my guys came to one of the meetings, and they said, you know, we think it would be a good idea to have internet in some of the remote health centers. And I said, okay, that's a terrific idea. But we're going to have 3 streams. You're going to have a stream for diagnostics. You know, use your phone and you can put a video and chat to a specialist or whatever. You're going to have a stream for the staff. Mm-hmm. Because when the staff is in a remote area, it builds staff morale because they can now communicate using WhatsApp rather than having to run up credit on Digicel or Flow or whatever. I hope no Flow or Digicel people are here to say that we're taking away revenue. And the third, for the clients, for the community. So when they come and they have a wait or they have to sit around, they're on the internet and they can, the time passes more productively. How do I know it has been a tremendous success? It's a tremendous success because I went to a similar meeting like this a couple of months ago, and a lady puts up her hand and said, I said, what's the issue? We have lost internet at Elderslie. When are we getting back the internet? Now, how did we just get there very quickly? If we had to go through the regular procurement process and go there, sorry, Elon, and do all the other things, it would have been a little while. I said, why? How much does a Starlink connection cost? To put it in a... That's the point. It didn't even make any procurement threshold. So we just got Starlink and put 3 Starlink connections into that one. We put one, it's now in 7, and we just continue. Sorry, Elon, but full disclosure. But the fact is that we can move a lot faster than we think if we sit down in a room and say, this is where we want to be, let us get there very quickly.
All right, so business process change. So as micro, small, even large business looking on today, you need to look at your business processes. Yeah. You need to look at what are your gaps now, what is the path you will be taking, and what will be required in terms of talent. So that's a good place to start as we equip you to move forward and to be that productivity giant of tomorrow. Now, as we wrap up, I cannot help but say that Wayne is also co-author of Reggae Roots. He didn't tell us that, but I found that online. So ChatGPT might tell us that as well about him. Now, what are the skills that are needed for the creative industries? I know that this topic came up earlier, but I can't allow you to leave without telling us that.
The fact is that if we're talking about music specifically, but the creative industries more broadly, it's an ecosystem, and different things support each other. One of the things, and you know, I've been asked this question over many, many years, not least by Jampro 20-odd years ago when Pat Francis was there. Former ministers have asked me, what can we do to support the music industry, just speaking specifically? I said, remove all the duties on all recording, at the time, right down to the cassette players, because you collect very little duty, but what you have done is you have put an impediment in the way of a Jamaican kid who has that creative impulse. But you put it at a disadvantage to the kid in New York City or London or elsewhere because we are paying so much more for the same technology and the same equipment. But the fact is that it's a whole ecosystem because it's no longer just about hoping that somebody in A&R in Columbia Records will come down here, sign you up, give you a nice signing bonus and go off. The fact is that the virtual world now is that a lot of Jamaican creatives are operating out there and making an impact as we are earning. Some little guy, no doubt, is in his bedroom now in Portmore making rhythms and selling to a DJ in Amsterdam. It happens. These are real stories that I know. But they could be leveraging it a lot more. You talked about earlier about how intellectual property. We talk about the fact now that you can sell a rhythm, you can make a song, but a song is really a calling card now to go out and perform, because you could have 1 billion streams on Spotify and not be earning a terrific amount of money. In fact, the estimates are there are maybe 200 or 300 artists who are really making money strictly off streaming. The fact is that streaming is an entry now to take the whole touring party, to go to the reggae festivals, to go and collaborate in other spaces, which now means you need from everybody, from the hype man with the flag to the sound man and all the other people that come, the dancers, the graphic designers, the set designers. It means a whole ecosystem that supports more than just a singer and a microphone or a rapper and a microphone. So it also means a whole lifestyle, because the missed opportunity or the opportunity that we still have in Jamaica is brand Jamaica does mean something to the creative, because attaching that Jamaican-ness to different products has proven to be a surefire winner. Whether it is Clark's, because Vibes sings a song, Clark's, and a company that's 160-odd years old has the most profitable years in its history based on one song by one Jamaican DJ. To the point where Raheem Sterling, born here in Jamaica, popular British footballer, English footballer, brings out a whole line of Clark's, because Clark's realizes that the brand association with Jamaica, Jamaicans, and Jamaican-ness means something. Whether the Reggae Boys t-shirt being the second hottest t-shirt for Adidas globally means something. And the fact that Jamaican designer was the one who did the last Adidas, not this latest one, but the one before. So it feeds into many other creatives. It's not, music is only the entry, but it feeds into many other things.
Well, I told that Wayne knows a lot about the creative industries, and we want to thank you for those tips, Wayne. And Yoni, as we close this segment, I'm just going to ask you to give your final comments as academia, vocational trainers prepare persons for the world of work or the changing world of work. What are you looking for? What should they do? And you will close this evening's wonderful discussions on upskilling workers fast.
No pressure on the close. What I would say is adopt technology. AI is not going to take your job. It's the person that's using AI that is going to take your job. So focus on what is happening currently, because it's moving fast, and plan your future based off of that. And as a nation, we need to recognize that and focus on our educational system and plan based off of that, so that we can plan for the future and prepare people for the working world of the future.
Thank you very much. And this was our segment on upskilling workers fast. Thank you so much for joining us online and in person. And we hope that you found this to be a wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jillian Kurodos, our panelists, Yoni Epstein and Mr. Wayne Chen. One more time for them, ladies and gentlemen. An excellent way to close out day one of our Future of Work and Productivity Summit, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to all our presenters. Thank you to all our participants. Thank you for staying with us for the entire day. We appreciate it. Of course, we want to leave with you just a few notes that, guess what? We need to fix our certain aspects of our educational system. Productivity matters in all sectors, and guess what? It's not only about technology, but about mindset. So thank you so much. Of course, tomorrow the discussions will continue. Right? We have lots to talk about, lots of questions, lots to dive into as it relates to AI. I know that, as he mentioned, it's not here to take our jobs, but it's those who use AI will be the ones who will take our jobs. I also want to invite you, we're going to be having a post-reception It's by invitation. It's going to be to my right as you exit in room 1. So for those who have been invited, we ask that you just stick around. It's going to be starting at about 5:15. So you can still, use the restroom if you need to. And we'll be having our mingle that will be starting at 5:15. But until tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, if you are leaving now, get home safely, or wherever you're going, get home safely. And of course, we will see